You're proud of yourself, aren't you?
I am. Well, Coffin Ball, congratulations. Mark is one day behind you. Oh.
My computer is operating at its own pace today. I may get a tweet out before the show. I may not.
Okay.
Maybe while you're saying how the heck are you? I don't know.
Okay.
But my computer is operating as if it was 1987 right now. Cabin Ball going anywhere good?
How old is everyone that you're going to Disney for? You may have one more trip in you. She'll bring a friend. That'll be fun. Ooh, Trent Bally with a 20-second cue.
No, that was me with the 20-second cue. He said he was listening to the Rocky IV soundtrack.
Gotcha. Well, look at you two. See, Trent, you don't get this witty repartee in Michigan.
Oh, is he in? Okay, yeah. Yeah, he sent a text. Come on, let's go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. On this final Thursday of June, we got over the hump. Can we see the finish line from here? Well, we can feel it, right? How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. It's Mark's second to last show to a much-deserved week-plus vacation. He is with us. His equipment, and I'm talking about the radio equipment, may not be cooperating, however. Tomorrow, neither Mark nor I can make any promises as to how much Mark contributes to the show, but I feel pretty good. We're going to get darn near full participation today. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
I am doing well, David. I am very much looking forward to tomorrow at 10 a.m. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm here with you 100%, ready to break down that incredible night that was the NBA draft. I know everybody watched it from start to finish and was riveted by what was just incredible television. We'll break it all down for you today, draft pick by draft pick, and set you up for today's even more exciting televised round 2.
I was disappointed in the draft.
I know you were, because there weren't nearly enough trades for you.
No,
Brooklyn picked all 5 players, David. The fact that Brooklyn used all 5 picks, I knew had you honked off. Not like, man, I'm going to yell all day, but you know what I mean. Just like, come on, give me a draft, damn it.
I nearly went to bed before Brooklyn made their first choice at 8 when Bobby Marks, who is scheduled to be on the show in an hour, by the way, when Bobby Marks said on ESPN, I'm hearing the Nets plan on taking all 5 of their picks. Wait, what? And it really bothers me. I don't know why, but it really bothers me that these young men have what up until this point is the highlight of their young careers, arguably of their young lives. And they walk up to the podium and everybody knows that the hat they're being given is not where they're going to be playing. And so their draft photo is garbage. Garbage. Are you really going to hang that up? Okay, you weren't taken by the Rockets at 10. You were taken by Phoenix at 10. We all know it. And don't make it worse, Adam Silver, by 6 minutes after the guy is taken, coming out and announcing the trade. Okay, with the big Rockets logo behind you as you're posing for the picture with him and he's in the Rockets hat. Come on, man. We all know he's going to Phoenix. Okay, just announce the damn trade. Okay, and then bring the guy in a Suns hat and the Suns logo. I know I sound 87 years old, but it bothers me.
No. Actually, you don't, David. And here's why. For nearly 20 years, we have been telling our audience that all of this is what?
It's a TV show. Right.
And think about the NFL draft. When Roger Goodell comes out, even though by now people like me and many of you who listen are probably on X following along the draft, and there's a trade. But for that entire audience, what happens? Goodell comes out. You're ready for pick number 6 of the draft. And he says what? We have a trade. Team A has traded the 6th pick to Team B. And they don't get into the details. They just tell you that the Carolina Panthers are no longer picking and that the LA Chargers are. And what happens every time? You get a huge reaction out of the crowd, thus helping the TV show.
And when that young man walks out on stage and bear hugs Raj, and I have to admit, the way the football players embrace Raj versus the way the basketball players embrace Adam Silver, 2 very different leagues. But we'll analyze that at a later date and time.
Well, I think they're, like my wife said last night, she said, is he sick?
Well, he's very skinny.
I think they're afraid they would break him.
Yeah, I could see that. And meanwhile, they're trying to break Raj.
And Raj wants them to.
Right. Raj is,
come on, you can't do it. I've been up here for 10 years. You can't break me.
Raj almost wants to get down in a 3-point stance and say, are we doing the sled? Is that what we're doing?
I'll do an Oklahoma drill with you. I'm ready. Let's go.
But man, all right. And so that 6th pick of the NFL draft does what, Mark? He's handed the right team's hat and the right team's logos in lights behind him. And sure enough, Raj has the right team jersey to hold up with him and take those pictures.
And a little thing you said that many people may have thought was just inconsequential and may have missed it at 6:02 in the morning is that they take a picture and it's junk. Just think about that from whomever the most important person is in that young man's life. skip the kid for a second. Whether it's mom or dad or both. I know when I go to my mom's house, there is still in her little office on the bookshelf a picture of me at my college graduation.
Right.
Now, if I would have had green gown and tassels and cap on graduating from the University of Michigan, it would have looked a little odd.
Very.
And for mom or for dad, for the rest of his or her life at their home, that's probably a picture with the commissioner of the league that they would like to have. It would be nice if just for them, the picture made sense.
Yeah.
Instead of when Aunt Jenny comes over, that every year at Thanksgiving, mom has to re-explain to her that, yes, he was drafted by the Hawks, but they immediately traded him to the Suns because Aunt Jenny's going to forget, and she's going to ask every damn year. And at some point, it's going to become annoying.
And in fact, Aunt Jenny, we all knew he was being drafted by the Suns and not the Rockets. But for some reason, the NBA, which is trying to imitate the NFL by now making their draft 2 days, round 1 on one day and round 2 on another. Very NFL of you, NBA. And you know what? You should copy the NFL, but you should do it more so by announcing the trades before the picks. Believable. All right.
You better?
Yeah, a little bit.
I am with you. I'm on your side with this. It doesn't make sense.
Here's where it bothered me.
The most, but
here's where it bothered me. Here's where it bothered me. Okay, it never struck me the way it struck me until last night. The kid who got drafted 10th by Phoenix, because we all know they've made the Durant trade, and in the trade, they got Houston's first-round pick, which was the 10th pick of this draft. The kid's from Africa. Okay, talk about a journey. His journey started in the Sudan. All right, and I'm just thinking, I know you could argue in one sense, what does it matter with all that the young man's been through? But the other part of me is like, could we get this right? Come on. Okay? And not only that, the young man is crying. The moment is so meaningful to him. He is crying. Crying. Many of us only cry when someone dies. Okay? He is crying on stage, on national television. And the tears keep coming, no matter how many times he tries to stop them. He cannot believe how awesome this is. I am a member of the Houston Rockets. Oh, no, wait, I'm not. No. What are we doing? Why are we taking this picture? I'm going to Phoenix. Everybody knows I'm going to Phoenix. Yeah. All right. It just got me. It did. I'll get over it. I'll never bring it up again. Never.
I don't believe you.
I don't believe me either. I really don't.
I don't believe you.
So, I love the debate, though, about, do I think this is a good pick for this team? And love the fact that Ace Bailey and his agent tried to control where he was going to go. He didn't want to go somewhere he didn't want to go. And he certainly didn't want to go to Utah. And you could tell that when they picked him, because if you could read his lips, you could tell what he said. He was hoping to go to at least 6, Washington or Charlotte or somebody. Okay. Instead, Utah. Hell, he didn't even work out to Utah. He didn't even talk to Utah. Here's how they got him. The guy now calling the shots in Utah, Ainge's son, he worked him out when he was with the Celtics a month ago. He saw him play extensively last year. He talked to the kid and his agent when he was in Boston. He moves to Utah and brings him with him.
I have to give Ace Bailey credit. This morning was listening to the radio and heard an interview with the radio interview with him. He gathered himself And by the time he started going through the interview car wash, radio and TV, answered all the questions the right way. I thought he did a hell of a job turning around a situation he didn't like. And he's still 18 years old, by the way. He's 18. And I thought turned it around and did pretty well in the interviews. I really did, David.
I love the fact that ESPN thinks the guy that the Heat drafted is one of the 3 best picks of the draft in terms of player, situation, value. And I love the fact that if you go on Yahoo, they think it might be the worst pick of the first round. Now we're talking. That's what we want right there.
But I did see the guard from Illinois in mocks way higher than 20.
That's what ESPN was saying. ESPN's saying,
He was a fringe lottery pick.
Right. And he's going to a perfect situation, blah, blah, blah. Miller and Moulton. Bobby Marks of ESPN scheduled to join us in about 45 minutes to talk the draft. Miller and Moulton.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right. Early nomination for a non-sports poll question.
Okay.
It's National Handshake Day. Do you prefer to, when you, I don't know how, see a friend, meet someone, shake hands, fist bump,
Bro
don't
hug.
touch me. Bro hug. Yeah, bro hug,
Bro hug. Don't
handshake, fist bump, don't touch me.
I like it. Boy, Michael, you are a goober. You're following the draft that extensively that some of those that are still available would be first rounders because, I thought I watched a lot of college hoop until the draft last night.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Big day with the show. I used my mom's Amazon account. Spent $12.99 to order a new keyboard because my laptop had a key that hadn't worked for a while, and it was the key that controlled the letters B and N. And I have to admit, a year or so ago when the key stopped working, because this is how I respond to people on YouTube and in the Twitch chat room and what have you. Never mind sending out emails and stuff like that. I didn't think the letters B and N got used very often. Ha! Let me tell you.
N is a consistent pick on the final puzzle on wheel. What are you talking about?
Well, I thought M was bigger than N. So that's why. But, the point made is, heck, even in the name of the show, an N is needed.
Yes, it helps complete one of the names of the two hosts.
Right, because otherwise it's the Miller and Moulton show. Right, so anyway, keyboard arrived, and cord comes with it. And you know me, technologically not real savvy, but able to plug it in, and voila, it works. So for those
I
of
have
you,
to give it up to the folks in our YouTube and Twitch chat rooms. They have recommended David doing this for, I think, 2 years. I think. And I'm not going to be here next week. And I set the show up a certain way and have set the show up that way for over 4 years on Twitch and YouTube. And to me, consistency is rather important when people are trying to search out the show, etc. And it was tough to impress that upon David because all of the sudden, when I had David test this, because I'm like, hey, you got to do this a couple times before I leave. So at least when I go on vacation, I feel comfortable that Rick Church, who's going to produce the show, and David can connect with one another. That's paramount for us getting on the air. It is the most important thing. And so I wanted David to set it up because he's going to have to next week. And he tested it last week. And I get Miller, the and symbol, Molto.
right?
And all of you who have watched the show on Twitch or YouTube over the past 4 years, if you've paid any attention, it is Miller, A-N-D, Moulton, then the date. By the way, all next week, when it says June whatever, that N is important.
Right.
Not so much when we get to July 1, but for the last couple days of June or last day of June, it's important. And when David tested it, and it wasn't the way that I do it, I tried to impress upon him that it was important. And David just, completely blew me off.
I said
they know what it is. They know what
they
the show is.
do know what it is.
Matter. Really?
Yes.
YouTube knows when you change the name of the show that it's the same show.
People on YouTube know. I mean, they go there. I mean, they know Miller and Moulton and Miller and Moto are the same thing. Okay. Whether it's and spelled out or whether it's just the symbol. Okay.
So now I can guarantee you on Monday at 5:45, 5:50, I'm going to be up. I'm going to have my computer on, and I'm going to make sure that Moulton's doing it right, or there's going to be hell to pay. So last week, I just sent David a text. Do you have Amazon Prime? I was pretty sure that he did, but I just sent it.
I don't have an account, though, but I actually pay for Amazon Prime on television. So someone in the family probably does, but it's not me. And I didn't want to bother anybody else with it. But my mom has an account, so I bothered her.
Well, and it was really simple. If David said no, I was going to order it and just send it to him and say, David, you're going to have a package on your front porch when you get back from vacation. When he said yes, I forwarded him the Amazon keyboard that I found for $12.
Right. Here's how much I didn't want to use it. My mom ordered it Tuesday morning. It got to the door at 6:00 Tuesday night. I didn't hook the computer up Tuesday night. I didn't hook the keyboard up yesterday. Mark, right before the show, goes, you got your keyboard? I go, yeah. You hook it up yet? No.
And very nicely, I said, why don't you try to hook it up now and let's make sure it works? Because if it doesn't, I might be able to help get things right.
And I'm thinking,
knowing that once he plugged it in, it was going to work, everybody.
Exactly. So anyway, so that's what it's like dealing with me.
Miller and Moulton. All week next week.
Yep. Miller and Molto. Okay. Which will be instead spelled and pronounced Miller and Moulton. Yada, yada, yada. If I could just change the subject for a moment or two before we get to the starting five. Okay, what's a worse idea? And you and I are hockey guys. What's a worse idea? Giving Atlanta a third chance at an NHL team, or extending the regular season by a couple more games?
It's a great question.
I mean,
because either answer that you were to give would be the right answer.
Bad one.
Because they shouldn't do either. They shouldn't give Atlanta. Atlanta should not get a third crack at an NHL franchise. And they are hell-bent on giving them one.
Yep.
Like Houston, to me, deserves an NHL franchise. Since the league has last expanded, that town, from a population standpoint, has increased substantially. What is it, the third or fourth biggest market in the country now?
Yep, it is the biggest market in the state of Texas. Okay, obviously, you could have a natural rivalry with Dallas, and we've never tried it there, but we've had the highest level of minor league hockey there, and it's worked very well. We've tried Atlanta twice. We've tried Phoenix. Okay, it hasn't worked in those places. So if you're going to try somewhere, could you try somewhere new as opposed to somewhere where it's failed?
And Atlanta is building the thing in Forsyth County. Literally from downtown Atlanta to this arena, it's got to be an hour, David.
I mean, with no traffic, it's 45 minutes.
Right. And when is there ever no traffic in Atlanta, Georgia?
Between 2 and 4 a.m.
Thank you.
Right.
I lived there. That is a tough town to drive in.
Yes, it is. So that's, coolest thing I've seen today. Okay. Today's sign that the apocalypse is upon us, things like that. When I heard that yesterday, I thought, man, have they broken out the hard stuff at these meetings? I mean, man, they've gone to the bar a little early. They want to extend the regular season. And this is in hockey where, there's actually effort. Okay. And there's not load management, but still, we don't need any more regular season hockey.
The networks are not clamoring for it. Trust me. And Gary, I'm cool with you saying you don't want to play in. I'm fine with that. But if you think about it from your television partner's standpoint, what would they want? 2 more regular season games or a best 2 out of 3 play-in situation that means win or your season's over? It's obvious the networks and, quite frankly, your fan bases would rather have the play-in. You want to do neither, that's fine. But going to 84 as opposed to not having a play-in is ridiculous to me.
They say the reason they're going to do it is it will balance out the schedule where Bettman wants everybody to play everybody a home and home, but then it will allow there to be more division games so that everybody in their division will play each other 4 times a year guaranteed instead of possibly 3. That's the reasoning behind it. Just like they're rationalizing expanding the NCAA basketball tournament. Starting 5 is next.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Nothing like a little silence to start your day, Johnny Fingerlegs. I probably should include you on this, David. Every day there is a gentleman who texts us a lot of stuff, some good, some whatever, but he's a man of faith from his text. I can
Okay.
assure that every day he sends a text very early in the show that says, "Have a good day. You are both appreciated." So I want to let you know, David, that you are appreciated.
Does he give a name and where he's from? Is it
Nope.
Charlie in the Cape?
No.
Is it Luther in Lake City? No? You know me. I want names and cities.
Oh, I'm aware. 239, Paula. He's in the 239.
Larry and Lehigh. Bob and Benita, hello.
I'll get to go with this for 2 more days, everyone.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hope to talk with Bobby Marks of ESPN coming up at the top of the hour. 1 hour from now, Rob Ellis will join us from Philly. Sixers stayed pat at number 3, at least for now. And the first place Phillies. We can talk a little bit about that. We'll also ask Rob our poll question from the other day. Which champ do you give the best chance of repeating in their next season? Eagles finished last when given the choice between the Panthers, Thunder, and Eagles on our poll. They got about 22% of the vote.
It's so funny. David books the show, and then either the night before the show, if it's booked and done, or early in the morning, I get a text that has the lineup. And I saw Rob Ellis, and in parentheses, it said Phillies/Sixers. And I'm going, well, I want to ask him who he thinks the biggest threat to win the East is, not named the Eagles, who he thinks the biggest threat in the NFC is, to the Eagles. And I may have to go Eagles on this because that's what I care more about.
Mark's looking at me going, yeah, those are your questions. Those aren't mine.
I don't know if Sixers fans care about the Sixers right now.
2 hours from now, we'll head to Atlanta. Mark Zinno will join us again. All right. Braves finally lost to the Mets. What in the wide world of sports is going on? The Braves don't lose to the Mets. But the Hawks have actually had some interesting dealings here. Is Atlanta a sleeper team in the East next year? We'll talk to Mark about that a couple hours from now. We think we've got a good poll question, right?
It's not bad. It's not bad. We shall see. I don't think either of us have retweeted it, so that's usually the determining factor if it takes any heed there. But it's National Handshake Day.
All right.
Miller and Moulton are handshake guys. Traditional handshakes. I know, you watch at the end of a tennis match or a golf match now, they give a more casual handshake, a more cupping of the hands than the traditional handshake, but we didn't include that. When you see a friend, you prefer to shake hands, fist bump, bro hug, or don't touch me. Those are your 4 choices. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote. Our poll question today on National Handshake Day.
Technically, my answer is shake hands. But oftentimes, Mark, I am a handshaker and then a hugger. It's even a little more than a bro hug. It's not Roger Goodell on stage, okay, but it's a little more than a bro hug, because a bro hug is you only go a little bit around the shoulder with your left arm. You like bring them in, and sometimes you don't even make contact with your left hand to the person's back. I'm a handshake, bring them in. I get that left shoulder and arm around. That's a full embrace. Hey, man, great to see you.
More on this coming up, because it reminds me of a story, and I will share later in the show. In fact, right now I'm thinking about bringing in a special guest to help me with the story.
But at 18 minutes before the hour, and I have a feeling I know where it's going. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
I don't know if you heard, but the NBA draft was last night in Brooklyn, where the Nets surprisingly kept all 5 of their first-round picks. And 4 of the guys they selected are not even 20. Cooper Flagg went first to Dallas. We knew that was going to happen. So the two Rutgers guys go in the top 5. And once again, they couldn't finish above 500 nor make the NCAA tournament, despite Dylan Harper going to the Spurs at 2 and Ace Bailey going to the Jazz at 5. All right. Probably the most touted pick was Duke center Maluach going 10th. Ultimately, Phoenix ended up with that pick in the Kevin Durant trade. That's probably the pick that most people are touting in terms of value, where they took them, potential, etc. There is a mixed bag on Miami's pick at 20. Illinois guard Kasparis Jakachonis. I know I got that wrong.
Yeah.
He's a 6'6" point guard, lefty. A lot of comparisons, if you like the pick, to Goran Dragic. A lot of comparisons to, I don't think this guy can play. Okay. Gators guard Walter Clayton, who I thought would be perfect for the Heat. He went 2 picks before that at 18. Utah acquired him in a trade with the Wizards. Duke had 3 players go in the top 10. Second time in the last 6 years, they've had 3 of the top 10 picks of the draft. Here's the irony. Both times they did so, they did not win the Natty. In fact, last time they did it with Zion and R.J. Barrett, and I forget who the other guy was, they didn't even make the Final Four that year. Michigan State beat them in the Elite 8. And, of course, we all know that Cooper Flagg and Khan Kanaper and Maluach all got beat in the semis by Houston. 6 international players taken, 3 from France, 1 from China, 1 from Israel, 1 from Spain. There was a Russian taken 8th overall by the Nets, but he played a year at BYU, so technically he goes in as a college pick, even though he's the first NBA draft pick born in Russia in 12 years. The Magic got Michigan State's Jace Richardson at 25. Mark, quickly, you think he can play in the league or no?
He's small. He's very small to be a 2 guard in today's league. That's the thing. I don't know if he can be a starter, David. I think he can be a contributor. He does shoot the 3 ball pretty well. He can help them in that regard. He's very athletic, but I don't know if he's big enough.
Well, but they just made the big trade to get the shooting guard from Memphis, so maybe he's just a backup to Bane. Round 2 tonight, 8 o'clock, NBA Draft, ESPN. NHL Draft actually begins tomorrow. New CBA talks. Apparently things are going really well. And it looks like they want to increase the regular season to 84 games. They did that for 3 seasons in the early 90s. It's currently 82. They want to go to 84. Buffalo traded a young, talented forward. Why? Because he doesn't want to be there anymore. J.J. Peterka, he goes to Utah and then signs for $7.7 million a year for 5 years. Edmonton unloads Evander Kane and his $5 million salary to Vancouver for a bag of hockey pucks, basically, a 4th-round pick. Edmonton needs cap space. Baseball. Do you know there were 7 shutouts in Major League Baseball yesterday? 7, including the Rays holding the Royals to 3 hits. They scored 3 in the second and beat them 3-0. The remaining game behind the Yankees, Max Fried, the first to 10 wins. Yankees 7-1 over the Reds. By the way, Trent Graham and Jason Dominguez each had 4 hits. How many times do you see not 1 but 2 players on the same team with 4 hits in a game? So Max Scherzer started yesterday. That hadn't happened since early in the season. He had that thumb injury. Yeah, he missed 11 weeks. Threw 5 innings, a 3-run ball. We'll see how he feels today. That's the key. Jose Ramirez with the game-winning hit in the 10th. Cleveland beat Toronto 5-4. Angels swept the Red Sox, who are below 500, 5-2. LA is actually 500, and they're in 3rd, slightly ahead of the Rangers in the West. Texas shut out the Orioles 7-0. DeGrom had a perfect game into the 7th, a no-no into the 8th. gave up a leadoff single in the 8th, and they took him out. But Jacob deGrom looking like Jacob deGrom in Texas. The Cubs shut out the Cardinals 8-0. Ian Happ with a homer and 3 RBIs. Jacob Mizorowski won the pitching duel with Paul Skeens. Milwaukee with a 4 spot against Skeens early. Mizorowski 5 shutout innings. Milwaukee beat Pittsburgh 4-2. Marlins blew a 4-2 ninth inning lead, but threw out the winning run at the plate to go to 10. Good thing, because then they scored 4 in the 10th to beat the Giants 8-5. It's the first time this year the Marlins have won back-to-back series. They did so against what? The Braves and now the Giants. Speaking of the Braves, they actually lost to the Mets. What's going on? Soto hit 2 homers, Mets 7-3. They're a half a game back of the Phillies, who got shut out for the second straight night in Houston, 2-0. Astros lead in the West is 5.5 over Seattle, who got shut out in Minnesota 2-0. Joe Ryan 6 shutout innings, and Cody Clemens, a waiver pickup with his 9th homer for the Twins. Good for him. A's shut out the Tigers 3-0. Jacob Lopez with 7 innings. Nick Kurtz with a 3-run homer. Padres shut out the Nats 1-0. Nick Pivetta 7 innings. He struck out 10. Dodgers beat the Rockies 8-1. Max Muncy with a slam. The Rockies enter the halfway point of the season. Well, a game shy of it anyway. 18-62.
All right, here's a question for you. What happens first? The Rockies get to 20 wins. The Rockies get to 70 losses.
I'll go 20 wins. I think they'll win 2 of their next 9. That's all they have to do to get to 20.
Right.
White Sox got 2 homers from Lennon Sosa in a 7-3 win over Arizona, and both the White Sox and Major League Baseball banned that fan who was hurling those awful things to Ketel Marte about his mom who died in a car accident 8 years ago. They have banned him from Major League Baseball games for life. Hope they can enforce it. NFL. Shaquille Griffin's back with the Seahawks. The 29-year-old corner signed a 1-year deal for $3 million. He can earn another $1 million in incentives. Jerry Philbin, he was the edge rusher on the Jets Super Bowl III winning team. He's number 81 in the highlights. Philbin had 19 sacks that season. Remember, they only played 14 games back in '68. Jerry Philbin died yesterday at the age of 83. Texas State says they expect to get an offer by Monday to join the Pac-12. They have to let all schools have to let their conferences know by Tuesday whether or not they're staying or going. Morehead State, that's in Kentucky. There's a few of them, but they have decided to rename their football stadium after Phil Simms. How many of you know that Phil Simms is a Kentucky native who went to Morehead State before he was the 6th or 7th pick of the 79 draft? They had 18,000 in Golden State last night to see hometown Sabrina Ionescu and the New York Liberty show up. Ionescu actually had an awful game, but, New York beat Golden State anyway, 81-78. I'm forgetting her name. Brianna, the former UConn Husky. She had 23 points and 12 rebounds. Speaking of Connecticut, they lost to Vegas 85-59. The Rocket Classic gets underway today in Detroit. Did you hear that Colin Morikawa fired another caddy?
He didn't like anybody. He doesn't like the media. He doesn't like caddies.
He's telling everybody how to do their job while saying, I'm not going to tell you how to do your job. So he's got a buddy on the Corn Ferry Tour who's going to caddy for him this week. But then when he heads over to play the Scottish Open and the Open Championship, he was asked, so who's going to be your caddy? He says, I have no idea. So if you're available, reach out to Colin Morikawa. Maybe you can get a nice 2-week gig. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories, and Morikawa needs a caddy here on Miller and Moulton. Brianna Stewart, by the name. Brianna Stewart. I should have remembered that. 23
And if
points.
I
and
was
10
paying
rebounds.
attention to the starting five, I might have been able to help.
Oh, that's good to know. So Mark will be paying as much attention next week as he's paying this week. Miller and Moulton.
David, you did it to me. Because
did.
you started this whole thing with, I really want to know everybody's name and where they from. And
Yep.
while I love getting text on the show, I truly do. 21,000's a text line, keyword Miller. If you've not texted the show, love to hear from you. Love to hear good, bad, indifferent, doesn't matter to me. But we get a text that says, hi, David and Mark, Ted in the Cape. That's what I'm getting now. So I hope you're happy. But David, I did get a question in the text chat room because our poll question today is about handshakes. It's National Handshake. When you see a friend, you prefer to shake hands, fist bump, bro hug, or don't touch me. And this person says, do either of you use the double handshake? And how many people in your lives do you use the double handshake with you if you perform the double handshake? I had to find out what the double handshake was. That's when you bring the left hand over the top and engulf their hand. No, I do not use the double handshake. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hey, Mark, I'm a little worried about the Bobby Marks interview. So if he doesn't call the hotline, I may get a phone number at some point. He did not want to give me his phone number,
Fair enough.
but so pay attention to your phone, because I may be, transferring a number to you.
Gotcha. Yeah, he covers them, so I'm not going to argue with him, but it seems like there's a game a year. You blow that game against Syracuse, some of that's got to be on the head coach. I'm sorry. And that doesn't even get us into the kneeling. Or lack thereof, I should say.
We could do the hug story here if Bobby doesn't call.
Yeah, we could. I've got calls in for a guest appearance for that at the 8:21 segment.
Gotcha. Okay. We could do it then.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this final Thursday in June. Thanks so much for being with us, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Bobby Marks will join us coming up in just a moment. Rob Ellis in about 35 minutes to talk everything Philadelphia sports. I want to talk to him about the Sixers and the Phillies. Mark wants to talk to him about the Eagles. And Mark Zinno to join us coming up in about 35 minutes time as we head to Atlanta. We talk a little Hawks and a little Braves and maybe get around to the Falcons as well. NBA draft was last night in Brooklyn. No surprise at the top of the draft. Bit of a surprise that Brooklyn kept all 5 picks. Heat end up with the Illinois guard, Jack Jonas. Orlando ends up with Jace Richardson of Michigan State. Not as many trades as we thought there was going to be in the draft. Bobby Marks of ESPN, kind enough to make some time for us. He was busy working last night. He's busy working today and tonight. He'll be on Get Up in less than an hour. Bobby, of course, ESPN, ESPN.com. Follow him on X at Bobby Marks, the number 42, Bobby Marks 42. Bobby, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, guys. Good morning. How are we doing?
Well, we're doing great. Got about 12 minutes, so we'll cover a lot of ground here. First off, just your thoughts on last night. Were you surprised? Did it go the way you thought? 9 teams didn't have a pick. 6 had multiple picks. How did last night go in your estimation?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always that assumption that there's going to be, multitude of trades, and we really just saw, trades involving some picks last night. I think a lot of the players had been moved prior to that. Certainly, what Boston had done. I think from a draft standpoint, I think it ran chalk up until 4, and then certainly Ace Bailey going to 5. Utah, we had thought he was anywhere from 3 to 6. Potentially could go to the Wizards at number 6. I was intrigued that Brooklyn would keep all 5 first-round picks and become the first team to ever do that, and they did. And they went out and drafted 5 young players that all have terrific upside here. So yeah, all in all, not a total surprise as far as how the draft played out.
Let's talk about the Heat. And they picked the kid from Illinois. I had seen him, as a late lottery pick. He slips to 20. What do you think about his impact in Miami?
I think it's big. I mean, listen, they do a terrific job from a drafting standpoint, whether it be Jaquez or Khalil Ware or Jovic. I had him on 11th on my board. He goes to 20th. He's got terrific size. I think he'll fit perfectly down there as far as, certainly needing guard play. I think the one concern is certainly the turnovers are a bit high. That's going to have to get under control. But yeah, I thought Miami did really well. And when you're picking at 20, you're just kind of waiting and you're in a holding pattern and you're thinking to yourself, do we have to move up to get this player? And fortunately for them, he fell right to them.
Do you agree with the Goran Dragic comparisons? Because obviously that would be phenomenal for the Heat.
Yeah, I think a little bigger than Goran. I think Goran was 6'3", I would say. He's 6'6". Good size. That's the biggest thing. 3-level score. I think the big, the intangible part, when you look at IQ and an effort player, as I said, that certainly fits what Miami needs.
The Magic take Richardson from Michigan State. I'm a Michigan State alum. I love the kid, but he's not big. Is he going to have to transition to point guard? Because as a 6'1" shooting guard, there's not a lot of room for that in the league, is there?
No, there isn't. And as you see, certainly when we get to the playoffs and everything, probably the exception was, with Andrew Nembhard in Indiana. And I think that's kind of the player that Jace is going to have to turn into. I mean, he's got, his IQ level is off the chart. You guys know that the family, as far as the pedigree, with his dad, Jason, playing in the NBA and certainly a Michigan State alum. Terrific mid-range scorer. Although he's, 6 foot, 6'1", he's got toughness, can finish at the rim. But as you said, the size is a little bit of a concern, especially from a defensive standpoint, when he's out there guarding.
Bobby Marks, ESPN, ESPN.com, part of their draft coverage last night. He'll be on Get Up in 55 minutes. He'll be part of their draft coverage again tonight, 8 o'clock, ESPN. Walter Clayton, obviously, was phenomenal in college. A lot of people in this state were hoping he would fall to the Heat at 20. He ends up going 18. Is he big enough? He's 6'1", 6'2", a reach of 6'4". Your thoughts on Clayton?
Yeah, I mean, I thought Utah was probably one of the big winners last night. Certainly picking Ace Bailey at 5 and then moving up, 3 spots. They moved up from 21 to 18 to draft Walter here. A little bigger than Jace. I think he is as you saw him at Florida, and I saw him a bunch at Iona too, the ultimate competitor. Fearlessness to, make shots at the end of games. I think that matters. Turnovers, high risk passer, that's a concern. That's got to get a little bit under control. I do think, we probably questioned Jalen Brunson when he came out from Villanova and he was picked in the second round here from a size standpoint. I think if you've got the intangibles, I think that makes up for a lot of things.
Dylan Harper was the consensus second best player in the draft after Flagg. Now that the Spurs have him, are they a playoff team this year?
Oh man, the Western Conference is so good.
Right.
You know, I think they're one move away. When you look at, certainly what, where the top six is. This is a team that missed even the play-in last year. They'll get Victor back, and you've got, as you mentioned, you got Dylan Harper, and you've got De'Aaron Fox, and you got Stephen Castle. So you've got to figure out how to make that group work. You still have some assets, whether it be picks or players, to maybe go out and make another move. I don't know if I'm going to say a top six team. I would say it's certainly a team that could compete for one of these final four playoffs playing spots.
Some of the trades that have been made, okay, is there one that you really like for a team? The one I'm most intrigued by is Atlanta and Porzingis. And are the Hawks making a push in what they think will be a vulnerable East?
Yeah, it's interesting. Atlanta, I think they see an opportunity that, the Eastern Conference is wide open, certainly based on a lot of these injuries here. And they look at an opportunity and they go out and get Kristaps Porzingis, and they give up, the 22nd pick in the draft and Terrence Mann. And then they go last night, and I thought getting Issa Newell in a trade with New Orleans, I thought was great value. And then the beauty of it is they pick up a first-round pick that could be either the Pelicans or Milwaukee probably in a better draft next year, 2026. That could be really valuable here. So I do like what Atlanta's done. Certainly the Porzingis, he's got to be healthy, of course, and they've got some money this summer to go out and try to shore up their backcourt.
To me, Portland's draft of Yang from China was the biggest shocker. What was the biggest shocker to you in the first round?
That was. Listen, he played extremely well in Chicago during the pre-draft camp. Probably the best player out there. I like his size and his agility. I think a lot of the mocks had him going in the second round. I think it's a guy it's a developmental project. Level of competition in China, not as good, but he's got huge size. He's got soft hands. He's really good around the basket here. We never know. I mean, what we consider a reach right now. 3 years from now, it could probably prove us all wrong. But yeah, I would say that's probably the biggest. That's probably the biggest surprise. Probably Liam McNeely too, falling to 29. I'm thankful he got off the board. I didn't want to be talking about him tonight in round two and everything here. But I would say what Portland did was probably the biggest surprise.
6 international picks, although the Russian played the 1 year at BYU and he went 8th overall. But that's down from some past years. A lot of college players in this draft. Do you think that that's the new normal with people getting paid, that some of the international guys will come over and play a year or two instead of getting paid there, they'll get paid here? Yeah. Or your thoughts on only 6 international players in the first round?
Yeah, it was kind of, once we got past the, top 10, then we started to see it like an influx, right? There was we saw, 4 or 5 guys go right away. Noah Essing and, Jan Berenger to Minnesota there. Nolan Traore went to Brooklyn. So, yeah, it wasn't, a top 10 international as far as, where they were picking, but I thought there was still some quality in there in the teams here. I do think there is a trend where you have international players who will come over to the States for NIL money. And I think that's whether you're Florida Gulf Coast or St. Bonaventure, I think that's kind of the model as far as how you can go out and go out and recruit and think outside the box.
I think there were 3 seniors of college and 2 juniors taken in the entire draft. I get it. You want to go young.
Yeah,
you want
I
young
think 18 freshmen, I think they said, which is the most ever, which is pretty remarkable.
Does that lead to some players in the second round who played 4 years of college who might be able to make an impact? There's guys left that can make an impact next year. Who are they?
Yeah, there are. I mean, Rasheer Fleming from St. Joe's, Cam Thomas from Marquette, Tyrese Proctor from Duke. I like what I see in the second round here. It's only 29 picks because it's the One had been forfeited here. I think you can get really good value here. We'll see. Sometimes it gets a little skewed after we get past probably the first 5 or 6 picks in the second round, because then it seems jockeying for guys on two-way contracts, and sometimes it's not the best available. But I do think there's really good value what's available in the second round.
Bobby, thanks so much for making time for us, because obviously you worked late last night. You're up
Anything
early today.
For a guy who lives in Naples, Florida, anything for Southwest Florida.
Well, we love that. Thank you very much, Bobby. Really
Very
appreciate
appreciative, Bobby. Safe travels.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Bobby Marks of ESPN, ESPN.com. He'll be part of their draft coverage again tonight. He is on Get Up in about 45 minutes. And yes, he calls Naples home these days. And we had him on our first act a lot. We've had him on sparingly because in our second act, we left the 4-letter radio network and went to a 3-letter radio network. And he's a loyal 4-letter guy. So he wouldn't come on with us, even though he likes us. But Bobby Marks of ESPN, follow him on X at Bobby Marks 42. With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good get, David.
That was kind of a stab in the dark because I had forgotten about him. But for those who, have only discovered us here in the last few years, we used to have Bobby on towards the end of our first act when we were an afternoon show. And then when we became mornings, as I said on air, we were working for a Fox affiliate, and he's an ESPN guy. So that was 4 years. And then we just took a stab. As Ozzy Osbourne once said, Mark, a shot in the dark.
Very good. Very good. Is that off of Blizzard of Oz?
Boy, that was mid-'80s. I know that. Let's see, I think it was 84, 85.
The Ultimate Sin. 86.
Oh, it was really 86? Oh, okay. I know I was still underage doing road board at the wine cellar, drinking.
So yesterday, I get the phone call because I bought a generator yesterday.
Ah, congrats.
And I get the phone call from the guy to make the deposit.
Right.
I grab my money clip and I go to find my credit card. I'm like, where's my credit card?
Uh-oh.
And I'm like, what the hell? So I get home, I check my car, I check by where I leave my receipts every day. And I'm like, what? I looked at my phone. When's the last time I used it? It's not been used since then. I'm like, I bet you I left it at the restaurant I had lunch. Maddie has this thing for ramen. And I took her to a place to get real ramen instead of crap, microwave ramen.
Right.
And I obviously paid the bill and left it right in the thing.
Uh-huh.
But I called them and they never answered their phone. It's like, if it's after 3, call after 3 to speak to a team member. I'm like, it's 6:00. Answer your damn phone. After 11 calls, I had to drive there. Every call went like straight to voicemail. I'm like, are you kidding me? Answer your damn phone. But fortunately, they had it. Is $5 too little of a tip? I mean, they literally just had it behind the bar. She took 2 seconds. And
No.
I told her my name. She goes, can I see an ID? And the manager was funny. He says, just coming in looking for a credit card. Yeah, I went with one of the easier names, Mark Miller. I said, I'm coming back tomorrow looking for John Smith's credit card. And I bartender of 5. She's like, you don't need to do that. I'm like, yeah, I kind of do.
Yeah, no, that's a nice gesture, I think.
And then the wife and I went for some drag queen bingo.
That's right. Oh, yeah, because the daughter still had to, go for attendance purposes, right?
Well, no, now Cass, she's cleared.
Oh, so she can put weight on it and everything?
She did handstands. She did cartwheels.
Oh, wow.
They're easing her into what she was doing slowly, thank goodness, because she's lost all grip strength. In 3 weeks of wearing a cast, it's amazing how you lose that much strength. Was it, Baby Jules? I saw how packed was it? I went to Miramar around 6-ish, and I forgot that there was an event there. I had to look it up. I mean, cars were trickling in, but that was way early. How was the crowd? And how many Zeppelin songs did they do?
Gotta be one of the 5 best female voices of all time, right?
Ooh, that's I love her voice. If we leave it in the rock genre, you maybe, you're right.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and I think that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to put her up against, Whitney
Right.
or
Whitney Houston
Mariah.
Right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Final Thursday of June. Having some fun. Mark is 27 hours away from vacation. And you know what? He's given us a pretty darn good effort today, folks. Don't expect it tomorrow. I'm just letting you know. Don't expect it tomorrow. Rob Ellis in a little more than 15 minutes time as we'll go live to Philly. Mark Zinno in a little over an hour as we go live to Atlanta. Big story in sports yesterday was the NBA draft. We know the NBA and their draft is not the most popular topic with you all, but you can certainly text in at 21,000 on the text line. If you have some questions and comments, you could join us, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, and chime in the Twitch chat room as well. But our poll question, now that's worth talking about right there.
National Handshake Day today. When you see a friend, do you prefer to shake hands, fist bump, bro hug, or don't touch me? I'm a handshake guy. Always have been.
I am as well. I learned that from my grandfather. So what you did, you looked someone in the eyes and you shook their hand. Okay?
And you shook it firmly. Not overdoing it.
Right.
But you have to give her, you're not trying to kill the person, but you're also trying to make sure to let them know that you're not a wimp.
I think it's important to reach at least a 7 on the handshake scale, but not go above 8. Because once you start getting to like 8.5, 9, it's like, ooh, I'm just getting a little uncomfortable. Wow, that's a really firm handshake. You know,
Nothing worse than if you get that initial grip wrong and you get the firm handshake guy and he just buckles you. And it's like, I wasn't in there all the way. That's not fair.
right. I mean, come on, dude. I mean, what are you, a mechanic with Popeye forearms? I mean, come on. Just take it easy. You know what Joe Buck does, and he does it intentionally, and he knows I'm a handshake guy? He will give me, and he doesn't do it to most people, he will give me the dead fish. And he knows I hate it.
The jerk move.
Hate it.
I've been lucky enough with you to have met Joe a couple of times. He's a very nice guy. He truly is. And I'm not, and not even because when I met him the first time, David met him for the first time.
That's right.
It was at the shootout, and David was going to work for him that weekend. It was David's tryout to be Joe's spotter in golf for the U.S. Open. I mean, that's what it was. David had a tryout, and Joe shows up. We're doing afternoons, and it was the Thursday Pro-Am day, and Joe shows up around 5 o'clock. And I remember doing that interview with Joe, and he was just kind of checking out the scene and what we were doing and looking around. And I always gathered the sense, and I'm sure if I asked him, he'd tell me I'm full of it. But I always gathered the sense when he looked at the two of us going, you know, if I was doing local radio, this wouldn't be all bad. and he was very gracious with his time. He was funny. He was nice. I mean, he didn't big league the two of us one bit. And that was our first impression of Joe Buck. You now know him very well. But from a first impression standpoint, to me, screw David. David's now his friend. I'm not Joe Buck's friend. If I wanted to say something disparaging, I probably would. He made a great first impression.
But I think I told him we were having a discussion in the booth about handshakes. And I just obviously said out loud how much I hate the dead fish. And so sure enough, he waited next tournament. First time I see him, hey man, I go in, dead fish. And I yell out loud, ah, no, laughing. Oh, so I think it's important. It's key. The handshake's got to be a 7, not stronger than an 8, though. Okay, I actually think there's a skill to it. But I do handshake, but then if you're, you know, like a 7 or above on the friend scale, or I haven't seen you in a while, I bring you in, but I go more than bro hug. I'm not a natural bro hug guy, but I'm a hugger, if that makes sense.
And trust me, folks, there has never been a more accurate statement made by one David Moulton in the nearly 20 years that he and I have done a show together.
I'm not a bro hug guy. I'm a handshake guy.
There's really nothing bro about you.
Or I'm a hugger.
Yeah.
One or the other. Okay.
Why are you a good hugger, David?
I have broad shoulders. Okay. And I'm warm. Fat people are warm. I'm like a manatee. Okay. And so, you know, I mean, think about if a manatee could give you a hug. Okay. With broad shoulders, a broad-shouldered manatee. Think about it. Huh? It's not bad, huh? I mean, you think, oh, I'd kind of like one of those right now. I'm a hugger.
Time now for the coolest thing I've seen today, and it's brought to you by Air Advantage. Go to myairadvantage.com, myairadvantage.com. They may not give you a hug, but what they will give you, 18 months, no interest, no payments. Call today, 433-4635, 433-4635. That's in the 239, of course, or visit them online at myairadvantage.com. We go to Pittsburgh for this story, where George Pickens, well, continues to piss off people in the Steel City.
Woo.
He was scheduled to do a sold-out football camp. It was this Saturday. It was with a company called True Edge. And even after the trade to Dallas, Pickens committed to this event. and had said, I'm doing it. I'll be there. Well, he backed out at the last minute. And I'll give it up for not only the man who's replacing them, but for True Edge for not pulling a single punch. This is the quote from the True Edge company. As of last week, True Edge was notified by George's team that he has decided to walk back on his word and is no longer interested in attending the camp. Let us be very clear. We are deeply frustrated by the decision and the position it has placed us all in. That said, we are determined for this event to be a wonderful experience for you all. As soon as we were informed of George's decision, our team went to preserve this event. We are pleased to share that Steelers tight end Pat Freiermuth has officially committed to stepping in as a guest for the camp. Additionally, we are in active talks with multiple other Steeler players and fully intend to build out an exciting lineup that delivers value to every family. So here's to Pat Freiermuth, and here's to True Edge for not pulling a punch.
Right.
He has decided to walk back on his word and is no longer interested in attending the camp. Wow.
Yep.
Anything else you want to say politely about calling this guy a scumbag? Because that's really what you said in the quote.
You did. George Pickens, POS.
Right.
Absolutely. That's
so
what
here's
they
to
said.
Pat Freiermuth for stepping in. Here's to the rest of the Steelers that I imagine a few more will show up now. And here's to True Edge for continuing their camp. It was supposed to be on Saturday. They moved it to July. But I think all in all, the kids are going to end up getting a better day out of this deal than they had intended on with George Pickens, who obviously was probably just doing it for a check. That's the coolest thing I've seen today. Brought to you by Air Advantage. Again, they may not give you a hug, but 18 months, no interest, no payments. Go to myairadvantage.com.
All right. What are the 4 handshake choices again?
Shake hands, fist bump, bro hug, don't touch me.
Officially, I went with handshake because I'm always handshake first. But there are some of you in which it does become, at least a 3/4 hug. It does.
Depends on the handshake. If you give a actual handshake, that move is hard to do. If you give more of the cupped handshake, more of the cool handshake, that's how you initiate the bro hug. That's a long slap. You remember that from Radio Row at the Super Bowl. You come in with kind of the long slap, and it's a quick pull in, David. You were very, very good at that at the Super Bowl Radio Row. Miller and Moulton. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Panda, I'm with you. I think the handshake is dying. And Empire, it's funny, I am definitely old white guy when it comes to handshake, because and anybody I shake hands with, I don't do the grip that way first. Even with good friends, I shake their hands the way I always might go from that to that and then a pull in. But yeah, I think the traditional handshake is dying a very quick death. A dead fish is when you don't grip the person, Michael. Basically, is when you just put your hand out there and you got nothing. DC, I love your attitude, but tradition's sake for a handshake, I think the handshake's dead. I really do. And I think whoever said it's COVID is totally right. No answer. I'm calling him again.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks for being with us on this final Thursday in June. Just kicking it around a little bit, having some fun. NBA draft was last night. Round 2 is later tonight. NHL draft tomorrow. Golf getting underway in Detroit with the Rocket Classic. Little this, little that. Our football magic numbers are 63 and 70. 9 weeks today. The college football season kicks off in earnest. 10 weeks tonight. The Eagles host the Cowboys. Rob Ellis is kind enough to join us once again from Philadelphia, kicking it on WIP, the sports leader. Follow Rob on X, RLS Sports, RLS Sports. Rob, good morning. Do you like what the Sixers did last night?
I think, as weird as it sounds, because I know a lot of people still thought that first of all, good morning to you guys. Everybody thought they were going to, I think there was a lot of thought to Ace Bailey, and maybe they were playing a little poker with everybody. This was the guy that we had heard really from the jump that they liked. I like what they did. To me, there's a lot of Ben Simmons vibes on Ace Bailey, and you know the old saying is, you bleep around, you find out. And he wanted to try to maneuver his way to Washington or Charlotte. Well, guess what? Danny Ainge said, you know what? I don't care where you want to go. I'm taking you. And you could see it. I mean, he didn't really have his poker face on last night. After that ended up happening to him. So Edgecombe's an interesting guy in that he's explosive. He can defend. The question is, can he shoot? And we've been down that road before. The Sixers traded away Mikal Bridges 10 minutes after drafting him. And, it ended up being Zaire Smith, which the rest is history as far as that went. A guy who can't shoot, doesn't have that kind of skill set. But I don't think that's Edgecombe. I think Edgecombe's an explosive worker who's going to be pretty good for them, but it's going to take him. I think he's going to be a bench guy. Bench explosion coming off with McCain the first year or so.
So it's 11 years to the day since the Sixers drafted Embiid.
Mm-hmm.
Are they any different 11 years later than they were when they drafted him?
No, they haven't been out of the second round. Daryl Morey, for all the hype that goes with them, really hasn't ultimately improved them in a lot of ways. My stance on this, guys, is you're just wasting a season if you're really counting on him. I would have tried to move on. Easier said than done, because that extension's kicking in. But I don't think he can physically hold up, plain and simple. And I think Paul George is a guy who's on the, say back nine. I think he's on about 17 or 18 with his offensive game. So I would have tried to go the route of moving all these guys, building it around Maxey and McCain and Edgecombe, and I would have turned this team into a track meet kind of team. That's what I would do with them, but I don't think that's what they're going to try to do.
Do you think they're giving it one more college try, and then they could be big wheelers and dealers in January and February? Or do you think, Rob, that quite frankly, George and his contract and Embiid and his contract are unmovable?
Yes and no. I think they're giving it one more college try for sure. And I don't think it'll be a January thing. I think it's going to be next off season kind of thing. But some of it depends. Does Embiid give you 55, 60 games where he looks solid? Now if that's the case, they're probably not moving him. I think they're both very hard to move at with the money that they're owed, especially with George's age and Embiid's injury history. They're kind of painted into a corner, but it's a weird league. And, you guys know that when there's unfortunately, they're not in a spot where there's only 1 year left where a team's going to be willing to just take that on because they know they're going to be freed up in the following season. With Embiid, there's 3 more. I think George has 3 more. I mean, you're really all in on these guys, and that's the way that they're looking at it. Whether you believe it or not, Daryl Morey last night, Embiid's, it's set to be ready to go right around training camp. Well, guess what? We heard that same thing last year. They kept using this term ramp up, and he was ramping up, and he ramped right to the bench for basically the entire season. So I'm very skeptical. I'm very tired of the merry-go-round. I just don't believe that he's going to be able to play, and I don't believe George is anywhere near what he was.
All right, let's talk Phillies. Dave Dombrowski gave a pretty lengthy interview yesterday, kind of talked about their needs and didn't talk a lot about relief pitching. What do you think Dombrowski does between now and the end of July to help this team make a run?
I think priority one, and it's going to sound crazy because they're coming off getting shut out 2 straight games, but priority one has to be back end of the bullpen. They're not good enough back there. And they're basically been going since Jose Alvarado got suspended. They've been going with 3 guys, and that's Matt Strahm, who's absolutely leaking oil, gave up another home run last night. Orion Kerkering really looks like he's rounding into being a stud. So that kid looks like he's ready to take off. He's ready for takeoff. And the other guy's Jordan Romano. Jordan Romano has shown you that he's not a 9th inning guy. You guys know there's a big difference between the 7th and the 8th and the 9th, and he's not a 9th inning guy. But that said, those 3 are nowhere near good enough. And they have got to get somebody real, not a Band-Aid, a real guy on the back end. And if they don't get a real guy on the back end, it's going to crush them in the postseason. The other thing, and I read the same interview that Dombrowski did with Jason Stark, and it was excellent. Great work as usual from the Hall of Famer Jason Stark. But if he really thinks that they can just roll the dice and kind of go with this outfield that they have, or perhaps bring somebody up, they're making a grave error. There's not enough there. It's Nick Castellanos and a bunch of guys. Like Brandon Marsh has come on a little bit. Left field has been, and center have both been a disaster for them for a couple of years now. And they really need to do both, because this is a team that's older now. This is a team that's, could be broken up after next year. Schwarber's a free agent. Ranger Suarez is a free agent. JT Realmuto's a free agent. You have to go for it now. And if that means painfully giving up prospects that you want to give up, you got to give up prospects for guys who can come here and help them.
Well, that's the question. Do they have anybody at AAA who maybe could be, throw him in now? I mean, give him a month at least to see whether or not he's the answer before we get somebody else. Or I'm with you, Rob. I think put it this way, the bottom half of the Mets lineup can't hit playoff pitching. The Phillies outfield can't hit playoff pitching. Both teams are setting themselves up without major deals to go out early in October.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'll give you one name, and he just came back from an injury, from an oblique, so he's struggling a little bit, but it's a small sample size because he started the season off great. Justin Crawford is a name to watch out for, guys. They started him in AAA this year, which was a bit of a jump. I think he's 21 years old. He's Carl Crawford's son, so you know the genes that he's got. He's going to be a really good player. But the Phillies have typically been a team that does not rush guys up, quote unquote. And you see with the Braves, they're not afraid to bring a guy up when he's 20 years old. The Phillies have been very hesitant to do that. That's somebody internally that you could see them move up. He's not someone they're going to move. He will not be moved, but he's one who they could call up once he gets back from this injury and starts hitting the ball like he was. He's an excellent fielder. He's a guy who looks like he's got a huge upside. But you're asking a lot of a 21-year-old. Like, I would rather get an established guy in here who you can at least throw in left field. Like, I just get a sense they're not going to do a whole lot in the outfield, and I agree with you, and I like the Mets comp. I think it's a big mistake if they do that.
I think the one thing that's going to be tough in getting players, however, is just how congested the entire American League is for the wild card. There are so many teams that think they're in a wild card race. Unless there's separation in the next 3 weeks, I don't know how many sellers there's going to be, Rob.
Well, you're right. And the problem with that is, so everybody starts picking the carcasses of the clear teams that are done.
and all those teams do is jack up the price. You know, if you're going at Atlanta or say Baltimore for some of their bullpen pieces, Baltimore knows that, right? If you're going to Chicago, Chicago knows that. If you're going at the Rockies or some of these other, dregs, they all know that. And you're right. The great thing is, and the Phillies rode this wave when they went to the World Series a couple of years ago. The wild card keeps everybody in it, and it gives you hope and all those kind of things, and that's awesome. But whereas back in the day, right now, we know the teams that are going to be selling, right? And there's going to be a lot more teams that give you options. There aren't as many right now because you're right. And we may say, oh, my God, those teams are deluding themselves. They're not going to do anything in the playoffs. Baseball's weird. You get hot at the right time, man, you never know. And you can ride that wave and go really, really far. It's a strange sport in that sense. It's usually the other sports, the best teams like Oklahoma City, for example, in the NBA, usually rise to the top. Baseball's strange. You never quite know.
Well, especially in the National League. By the way, 10 teams with winning records in the National League right now. So only 5 teams that are looking to move guys. But Rob, 3 years ago, it was the 6-seeded Phillies that went to the World Series. 2 years ago, it was the 6-seeded Diamondbacks that went to the World Series. And last year, the 6-seeded Mets came within 2 games of the World Series. So that those 10 GMs, unless something goes really wrong in the next 30 days, they're not giving up.
You're right, and nor should they. I mean, what kind of message are you sending to your fan base with everything that you just laid out, with the history of baseball of late, with the contemporary history of baseball? You should be all in if you're a GM. Dave Dombrowski's reputation before he got to Philadelphia was prospects be damned. So we'll see if that holds up, because it hasn't been the case. I think he's a future Hall of Fame GM, but his returns at the trade deadline thus far have not been great as a Phillies architect. So this year needs to be different.
As we sit here in late June, and obviously training camps haven't opened, we haven't had a training camp injury yet, of which we always have some. But when you look around the NFC, who in your eyes is the biggest threat to the Philadelphia Eagles?
I'll give you 2. I think Washington is a legit threat. When you have the quarterback, and I think that guy is the quarterback, and they took a big step last year, and they believe in themselves, and I think that's a big deal. I also think they have a very good coach in Dan Quinn. I think Washington would be one team that I would absolutely look at. I'm not writing Detroit off like a lot of people, and I know the expectation last year was, okay, they're gonna take it and come out of the NFC. I would still put them absolutely in the mix. I think the Rams are interesting too. So I would say those 3 teams would be 3 teams that I would look at very, very closely in the NFC. The question with the Eagles is, how quickly does a defense that lost a lot of impact players, how quickly do they kind of turn the page to some younger guys and some inexperienced guys? I mean, they have Vic Fangio running the show, which is great, but they did lose a lot of really talented guys. I think early it's going to be the Eagles offense that's going to have to carry them.
Rob Ellis, WIP in Philadelphia. Follow him on X, the letter R, Ellis Sports, R, Ellis Sports. We had a poll question. We only have a couple of minutes left. Early in the week, in which we asked our audience, okay, these 3 champions, who has the best chance to repeat in their next season? Panthers, Thunder, Eagles. And I was surprised that the Eagles only got 22% of the vote. Curious your thoughts as to how good of a shot do you give the Eagles to repeat?
Oh, boy. I would guess your results probably went Panthers, Thunder, Eagles. Is that how your poll went?
Yep, they did.
Yeah, which I don't think is crazy because, both of those, the other 2 teams besides the Eagles are, I think, built for the long haul. It's just been so hard in that league. You saw it. I mean, the Chiefs are trying to go for the 3-peat, which is unheard of. I think the Eagles have a pretty good chance for 2 reasons. One, they have a quarterback who's like a cyborg. None of the fame and all the other hype. I know he just wrote a children's book, but none of that kind of stuff, the rubber chicken circuit for our older listeners, none of that stuff affects him. He is a guy who's locked in. If you look at every poll that comes out, he's not even in the top 10 as far as quarterbacks go. And I think he feeds off of that kind of thing. And I think Nick Sirianni is in a very similar boat in that there's very little respect given to him. I mean, when you think about it, even in Philadelphia, when we talk about the reasons why that team won last year, he usually ranks about 5th or 6th, which how often is that the case when a team wins it? It's usually quarterback, coach, quarterback when you talk about this stuff. Defensive coordinators get mentioned before him. So I think for those reasons, and I'll give you one more, because they've had so much turnover on the defensive side, you're going to have a lot of guys who are not just resting on their laurels, that feel like they have to earn the job. And I think for those reasons, there's going to be a lot of motivation for this team, which I think usually gets teams. There's the notion of trying to just climb back up mentally. And I don't think that part of it's going to be there for the Eagles. If they stay healthy and if the defense gets going early enough, this team has a very good chance to repeat.
Rob, as always, we're very appreciative of you and your time and your insight. Try to jam in some vacation time, okay? And continued success with WIP.
Thank you. Always great being with you guys. Enjoy the rest of your summer. Thank you.
Rob Ellis from WIP in Philly. Follow him on X, the letter R, Ellis Sports. R, Ellis Sports. Miller and Moulton reaching the halfway point on this final Thursday in June. Thanks so much for being with us.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441.
This is Miller and Moulton.
of all the places for a new roundabout in Florida, where would you put Punta Gorda on the list? That sounds like a traffic nightmare. I mean, because I look at Punta Gorda as even being older than Naples.
Very quickly, I think it would be asinine to trade Jokic. I mean, because of him, you're really tough out in the West. Now, I don't know how many more shots at the brass ring you realistically have, but I think you got one more shot, and I think you should take it.
Got a text here, David, that's a forwarded Spot Rack post.
Okay.
If Cooper Flag is a superstar, the financial path forward is wild. Rookie contract, 62.7.
We could do this on air.
30% Supermax from 29 through 33, 359 million. 35% Supermax extension, 34 through 38, 509 million. That's 930 total. Cooper Flag will be 31.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home in the 239 and the 904, final hour of the show. Lake City, Live Oak and surrounding areas. Port Charlotte, Venice and surrounding areas. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We'll head to Atlanta. Mark Zinno to rejoin the show in about 35 minutes time. Kicking it around, having some fun on this final Thursday in June. A little more NBA talk than normal because the draft was the biggest thing going on in the sports world yesterday. A little hockey, a little baseball, and a little football thrown in as well.
Text line is open at 21,000. Appreciate all the text you've been sending today, and I really appreciate, since David asked earlier in the show, for you to text your name and where you're from, because that's information we cannot do without. The text line is 21,000. If you've not texted the show before, you need to type the keyword Miller when you text 21,000. Then you can text as much as you would like. It's National Handshake Day. That's the crux of our poll question. When you see a friend, do you prefer to shake hands, fist bump, bro hug, or don't touch me? The good news is don't touch me is coming in last place. For those that think the handshake is a dying breed, I'm a handshake guy, and I believe the handshake is dying. It's getting beat by the bro hug in a very tight race, David.
Handshake's doing a lot better than I thought, to be honest. I thought the bro hug or the fist bump, ever since the pandemic.
Right.
The fist bumps become a thing. I mean, the only person I remember before the pandemic that did the fist bump regularly was Howie Mandel on that show that he hosts, because he's got
a phobia, doesn't like
yeah.
people.
So he would do the very gentle, the knuckles would barely touch one another. Sometimes he would just even mimic the fist bump and not even do it.
He would do an air fist bump.
Right.
And I've even noticed, David, because when you play golf, even if you play with three guys that you play golf with all the time, when you finish the round of golf on the 18th hole, you typically shake hands with your playing partners. There are some of the guys in the group that I play with that simply do a fist bump. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'm not going to force a handshake on somebody that doesn't want one. But I did laugh, David, because we got a text when you had mentioned earlier that you're a hugger, not a bro hugger,
right?
A hugger.
A hugger.
And you said it's like hugging a manatee.
That's what I think I am. That when you hug me, you're hugging a broad-shouldered yet warm manatee.
This person, obviously taking a little fun with that, said, if you hug a manatee, wouldn't you be drowning? Thanks for the text, and I really appreciate you not attaching a name to it. But at the same time, Dan in Naples, David in Punta Gorda, thanks for listening.
Guys, thanks for doing that. I appreciate it. Okay, of course, I don't see the text. Mark does, so it's kind of funny. You're doing it for me, yet he's the one who's seeing it. So, and that's the thing. I'm not going to get any text next week, am I?
Oh, no. It's not true. I am going to walk you through that probably tomorrow morning.
No!
It's
really?
It's very easy. Now, the problem is you would have to leave the screen and open up a new window on your computer. You can do it on your phone. It's a little difficult to read. So we'll test it out maybe today and go from there.
Okay. I'll do it on the phone because I'm not touching anything with the screen. We get on the air, I stay on the air. I'm not doing nothing. Okay.
I mean, because literally for me to do this show from where I sit, I have 5 computer screens that I'm looking at.
Exactly. And I can't handle more than one.
Right. Not to mention on the one screen, I've got about 80 windows open at all times. All right. Got this text as well, David, from a listener. We've been talking a little NBA draft. Cooper Flagg. Our question yesterday was, is Cooper Flagg going to be a superstar, a very good player, or a bust? Most of you thought a very good player. We did get a funny text from a Tar Heel, said that I think Cooper Flagg is going to be a very good player because nobody from Duke's ever a superstar. But that's a Tar Heel having a little bit of fun.
Oh, and you know what? Because Grant Hill got hurt,
right?
He's right, but Grant Hill was going to be a superstar.
But Grant Hill never got there.
No,
just signed with NBC, by the way, part of their television.
Yes.
So if Spot Rack put this out, Spot Rack does contract stuff. That's what they do. Their website's all about contracts I don't even know if they have hockey. I've never looked at a hockey contract on it, but in the other sports, and I'm sure they have hockey as well. But they put out a post yesterday that said the following. If Cooper Flagg is a superstar, the financial path forward is wild. His rookie contract from 25 to 2028 is done. It's set. They already know what that is. It's $62.7 million. Okay. If he's a superstar, he would get a Supermax extension, a 30% Supermax extension. So from 29 to 33, he would earn $359 million.
So that's 5 years, 359 or 71.8 a year.
Then, if he's a superstar, in 2034, he would get a new deal, a 35% Supermax extension. That's $509 million.
Over 5 years.
Correct.
So he would become arguably the first $100 million ball player.
If he were to hit those two benchmarks, and obviously there's a ton of ifs there, but if he were to hit those two benchmarks, that means over the course of that time, he will have made, just in the league alone, that doesn't count a dime. Now think about this kid from Maine. If he's a superstar in that league, what the endorsements will be. But just for playing, not a cent from endorsements, the total would be $930 million
Oh, yeah, by the way, at that point, Cooper Flagg will be 31.
Oh, my goodness. Well, said it a few years ago when the NBA was going down the financial track that it was going down. Would it be something that fans, even NBA fans, couldn't relate to? Would it alien? Is it possible that we would decide you're just making too much money? I'm sorry. And especially now, I mean, of all the sports, it is absurd because they're the highest paid and they're the ones with load management. Really? I mean, shouldn't it be, I don't know, the hockey players with load management, considering what they make in comparison to other major North American sports? And I mean, it is a $4 to $5 billion league. It's not the NBA, it's not Major League Baseball, and goodness knows nothing is the NFL. But hockey does do $4 billion in revenue. Now the NBA does 12, and Major League Baseball does like 11.
Right.
The NFL's at 23.
I hear you, and I hear all of those things, and all I'm thinking is that we are up in arms with what Dak Prescott makes. I mean, we're beside ourselves that Dak Prescott can make $60 million a year. And Kevin Durant's going to get $71 a year for his 2-year extension, and he'll be, 38 and 39 for those 2 years, or 37 and 38?
He turns 37 this September, and
I think he's still under contract for this year. The extension won't kick in until the following, right?
Right, Mark. He's making, I believe, a paltry 54 this year. Correct. And the 2-year extension will either be in the 60s or low 70s, not quite sure which. And yes, for his 38 and 39-year-old seasons.
And we're complaining about Dak Prescott's money. Why isn't a quarterback making $70 million?
Well, that's if I was running the NFLPA, that's what, and I understand we got 53 guys and they got 15. I get it, but I don't know what to tell you. With our revenue and popularity and this, that, and the other thing, I think we should be making what NBA players are making. That would be my deal. Would look at the owners and go, how are we not making what NBA players are making? How is Pat Mahomes not the highest paid guy in North American sports? You rationalize it to me, and then I'll come back to the bargaining table. But it is what it is. And by the way, Mark, we're bent out of shape because it's Dak, and he's won 2 playoff games. I don't think anybody bats an eye. If the Chiefs signed Mahomes to an $80 million a year extension, if they gave him 5 for $400, I don't think anybody bat an eye. For what he's given that franchise and his value for the rest of this decade, I think people would go, yeah, okay, it's business.
I hope you're right with that one, but it is, that last 5 years, if Cooper Flagg delivers the way he is supposed to, over $100 million a year. That's staggering to me.
Yes, it is.
It really is.
It is, because also, let's just say he's durable and he plays a lot. You're still, say he plays 75 games a year on average. Off the top of my head, it's still like $1.4 million a game. That, and that's where you're going to, with all the gambling and everything. Tell me the heckling you're going to get when you're making $1.4 million a night
and go 4 for 14 from outside the arc.
Right. And you put a 13.7 rebound, 6 turnover night on the board. Right.
By the way, Bob from Cape Coral texted David, and he said, in regards to the handshake, I hate the phony LPGA hugs. They would be better off just handshaking like the PGA. I do like the handshake in golf with people I don't know, but my buddies, I like to fist bump. Thank you, Bob in Cape Coral, and I'm so happy
that everybody's including the name and the city that they're texting from, especially those that are just sending me the name and city you're texting from.
I know we're up against it time-wise. I have
Totally.
more on this coming up.
Miller and Moulton. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Okay.
Surprised Venmo didn't try to get on the deal that PayPal did. I thought most kids use Venmo. I don't know. I really don't know anybody that uses PayPal for payments.
Okay, what's the deal they did with the Big 12?
And the Big Ten. The new agreement will allow the Big Ten and Big 12 athletic departments to dispense payments in the house settlement thing directly through PayPal. They're going to pay the kids via PayPal. I think the kids would rather have it via Venmo, but whatever. Oh, PayPal owns Venmo. I did not know that. I did not know that. Okay, well, there you have it. I'll risk I had no idea. Then why do I have a PayPal app and a Venmo app, for crying out loud? Why do I need both? Because when my daughter, we were getting Spanish lessons for my daughter. We had, from a friend of ours, they found a guy in, I think he was in Colombia, but he was Venezuelan. And he taught my daughter Spanish online, like Zoom classes. And I paid him PayPal. That's how he wanted to be paid. That's the last time I've really used it. Other than that, most people want Venmo. So I don't get, if they have both, why?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this final Thursday of June. 9 weeks today, 63 days from now. College football season kicks off in earnest. 10 weeks tonight, 70 days away. Eagles host the Cowboys to kick off the 2025 NFL season. So you're getting there, folks. You're getting there. Mark Zinno from Atlanta to join us coming up in a little more than 15 minutes time. Is it weird for me, who A, is a handshake person, and B, has great admiration for caddies, having, done that in my teenage years. And yet, I think there are too many handshakes on the PGA Tour at the end of the round. I think the caddies could shake hands. I think the golfers could shake hands. Do I really need to shake my playing partner's caddy's hand?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, they're playing in twosomes. You're shaking three hands.
Right.
Literally, you're shaking three hands, maybe six.
What do I even need to shake my own caddy's hand?
Or five.
First off, I'm paying them. Okay? I'm buying them lunch. I got to shake his hand after the round.
Are you serious? I mean, this isn't shtick. You don't do that. Are you being serious?
I just think there's too many handshakes. I see myself standing in the fairway going, guys, get off the damn green, all right? Come on. I'm ready to go. All these damn handshakes. Fine, shake your playing partner's hand. Great. Golf, gentlemanly game. That's great. Caddies can shake each other's hands. I just find it funny. They treat the caddy as an equal on the green. They don't let the caddies in the clubhouse. It's so funny to me. It's like, you have the same standing as Colin Morikawa there, Joe. Good job looping today. Okay. You can't go where we go, by the way. Stand outside.
I think it's the fact they've spent 5.5 hours together. That caddy for, your playing partner at some point has done something for you. Put a flag in, handed your caddy a rake, helped out your caddy when they lagged behind because you made a mess of yourself on the second fairway or whatever the case may be. Too many handshakes?
It just seems
Holy
ridiculous.
cow.
I know.
Are you turning into get off my lawn guy?
And usually I'm not. But it's something that in recent years, I'm like, oh, enough with the damn handshakes. Because that's the other thing. Like you mentioned, it's 5.5 hours. I'll tell you what. You complete a round in under 4:15, shake as many hands as you want. Do a dance routine on the green, as like an end zone celebration. I'd be all for that. But come on. Just had a 5.5 hour round. Get the hell off the green.
Right. Nice spending a day with you. Good luck tomorrow.
I know. I got people yelling at me. I'm sorry.
Holy Toledo.
I know. My bad.
Hey, we've got a little bit of breaking news here, David. Sources have put out the word that the Bucks have agreed to multi-year extensions with both Todd Bowles and Jason Light.
Well, I'd hope so. They've won the division. You know what? The Bucks have made the playoffs 5 straight years. I mean, under
3 straight division titles, right?
Right. I mean, best run in franchise history. I'd like to think so, even though Bucks fans think Todd Bowles an idiot, should be replaced. It's funny the players play hard as hell for him and like him a lot. But, whatever.
I
like that. That's good.
I mean, I have to be, I'm with you, David. Bucks fan that wants to get rid of Bowles needs to take a long look at themselves. 5 straight playoff appearances, 3 straight division titles. Let's get rid of this guy.
Right, but they're getting better every year. 8 wins his first year, 9 the second, 10 the third. And come on, man, the players like him. Players play hard. Bucks finish season strong under Bowles, especially with Baker at quarterback. Bucks have been a tough out at the end of seasons. So I'm glad. Good. That's what good organizations do. Kind of like the Knicks. I honestly, and I know it's my team. I can't root for them to become the Titanic enough. I hate, and maybe they'll end up being right. Maybe they'll go a step or two further and I'll be thrilled as a fan. But there is a part of me, Mark, I don't want them to just be a playoff team. To me, it's one or the other. You better take the next step, or honestly, I want you to be the Titanic. I do.
David, I want Labor Day to come and the Knicks to still not have a coach. I want people to look Dolan in the eye and go, yeah, I'm not interested. There's only 30. Yeah, I know there's only 30. I'd rather be an assistant in Houston.
I'd rather stay unemployed. You're hoping the word comes out in August that they've called Thibodeau to offer him his job back, and he said, no, I'm good.
Exactly. Exactly. Upon further review, Tibbs, we'd like you back. Yeah, upon further review, pound sand.
Yeah, I'd make the same amount of money. I'd technically be working for free. So, no, I'm good. I'm good. You get Karl Anthony Towns to play defense while you're at it. Knock yourself out. So I had to get that. I know it's an unpopular take, but listen, we are real on this show. We are. Okay. There is very little tongue in cheek. There is no shtick on this show. Okay. I had to get that. The golf handshakes at the end of the round. Enough. The players shake hands. Great. Get off. And then who's the guy following the group? What is he? The rules official? The scorer? They're shaking his hand too. What the hell? Get off the green. All right. That's it. I promise. I know. Wow. I'm in the wrong. I'm a bad person. I know. I get it.
Wow. I mean, I will say, I don't know if you caught this, and I know you follow tennis more than anyone, but did you see The two, and they're not very good tennis players, but the tennis players, they do the handshake.
Yes.
Sometimes they embrace. Then they both shake the hands of the head referee,
right,
or umpire, or whatever. And in a women's tennis match in Germany, Maria Shikara and Yulia Putintseva, I think is how you say her name.
Nice.
And they shake hands. And before that, the winner of the match, Shakira, had a little celebration, like a little almost pose, if you will, after she won a 7-5, 7-6 match in the third round. They go shake hands. The gal that lost the match kind of mocked the pose. And they start, as they're shaking hands, they're arguing with one another. And it continues after they shake the hands of the umpire. And then the one tells the other to go blank themselves, to which the other responded, "Nobody likes you."
Right.
I mean, they went from a professional tennis match to a 7th grade cafeteria in 45 seconds.
So the winning player did a little bit of the pose. The losing player didn't like it. The losing player apparently did not give an adequate handshake and look. She was upset that her opponent did not look her in the eye. Okay, that she was dismissive with the handshake. It was kind of a moving handshake, making her way to the umpire and what have you. So that's why she then said, she followed her to her chair, kind of like, "Hey, what was that all about?" Okay, I would never do that to you. And then they got into it, right? Blank you. Nobody likes you.
Nobody likes you.
Wow.
Miller and Moulton. Well, nobody likes us. That's the way we feel sometimes, too.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
It's summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Thank you, Ryan. Oh, Cruz, Canada relief. Stared down the Russians, held his wingman on, got the other guy landed, so the guy that lost his wings got him on the ground. I mean, Hamill had a lucky shot. We can all hit a half-court shot once, but it's the consistency of Cruz. I'm all Cruz on that answer. And Canada relief, you maybe come up with the most whacked out comments in this chat room, and that one's on the list, but I love it. I mean, you come out of left field with stuff. It doesn't even I give you credit for this. You don't care what we're talking about. You've got your audience and your agenda, and damn it, you're going to get your point across. Good for you. They're literally getting one text after another with people in their hometown.
Nice to know there are a few people listening.
Yeah, I didn't think the Astros would win the division. I also, when we talked about the teams at Memorial Day, I said Seattle was the most vulnerable.
Right. Nope. By Memorial Day, he had said, you know what? I think Houston's going to win the West.
I still think Texas is alive.
Yeah. God, Texas and Seattle both with their pitching. Get some bats. Golly. I mean, this is Seattle with Cal Rowley with 32 homers and they're 500. Come on.
And the greatest nickname in sports.
What is it?
Cal Rowley? He's the big dumper. His
nickname that's right.
is the big dumper.
That's right.
And he got it from a high school friend or from a friend, and they kept it up in minor league ball. And when he got called to the big leagues, his buddy from the minors and said, congratulations to the big dumper. And it caught on. And Raleigh didn't like it at first because it's about how wide his arse is.
Right.
It's fantastic.
I don't Canada relief because I think a catcher will wear down. A little bit, but it'd be amazing if he did it. Amazing.
And Irish football, because I know that's who you are. I am so sorry that I disparaged one of your teams. Again, I apologize. Astros are the best. Broncos are the best. Notre Dame's the best. I suck. I got you.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton at the top of the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. He talks betting on Wager Talk and Sports Grid. You can also hear him on ESPN Radio, and if you're in the Atlanta area, you certainly hear him on 92.9 The Game. He is Mark Zinno, and you can follow him on X at Mark Zinno, Zinno. Mark, it's David of Mark. How you been? Good morning. How are you?
Gentlemen, good to be with you as always. Hope your summer is off to a fine start.
My co-host goes on vacation after tomorrow's show, so he is beaming right now. Mark, he is beaming.
Fine start.
Damn right.
Hey, I don't know if we have ever asked you about the Atlanta Hawks when we've had you on before. I am curious. The Porzingis trade. And it kind of looks like they're making a move like Orlando did. I mean, should we be intrigued by this team in the Wounded East next year?
I mean, intrigued is a fine word to use. Should you be intrigued? Yes. Does that mean intrigue always leads to results, always leads to net positive? I mean, I'm intrigued what's going to happen in the Middle East. That doesn't mean everything's going to be, wonderful for everybody all around. So I'm not going to sit here and say that the Hawks have some semblance of, direction going forward. Look, objectively, you have to look at it this way. Why is a franchise that is a year removed from winning the NBA title, that was the prohibitive favorite to win the title again heading into the playoffs before their star got injured, a team that is dumping salary and dumping players to reorganize their roster, when they are getting rid of a player who's often injured, who can be productive but often injured, to you for next to nothing? What does that tell you? That doesn't sound like it's going to be a shrewd move for the Atlanta Hawks. Who has the better track record here as a GM in a front office? The Boston Celtics or the Atlanta Hawks? Who has the better, sort of grasp of how to build a championship roster? The Boston Celtics or the Atlanta Hawks? Like, objectively, Porzingis is a nice player, and it's going to be a good piece for Trae Young and the Hawks offense. But once again, if you're the Hawks front office, offense isn't your problem. It hasn't been your problem. It won't be your problem with Trae Young on the team. You need some defense. And I don't know if they got any of that. Another guy that they drafted in Derek Queen at the end of trading to New Orleans would have been a nice defensive player. And then they drafted Drake Powell and they traded him to Brooklyn. I mean, who knows? Like, what? It's intriguing is a good word to use. I just don't know that you should have any reason to have faith in a Hawks front office who is run basically by nepotism and inexperience, that you should believe that all of a sudden things are going to take this dramatic turn towards the right direction and this team getting closer to being relevant. I'm not even going to say getting close to being a playoff team, being relevant, because the Hawks may be one of the most irrelevant franchises in all professional sports.
How irrelevant are they in Atlanta? I lived there a lifetime ago, and I remember I worked for a minor league hockey team in Atlanta that used to outdraw the Hawks. They've had moments, and it always seemed to me to be a team that could captivate the city if they were ever worth a damn. How relevant are the Hawks in Atlanta?
I mean, they fall below the traffic problems. They fall below the economy. They fall below the crime in the city. They fall below basically anything on a world stage. They're not relevant, and they won't be until they can prove that they are one of two things: either so bad that it's noteworthy, or a top three team in the East. And I think they're far away from both those, because the organization and ownership is terrified of trading Trae Young, tearing the whole thing down, and starting all over. And furthermore, again, they don't have the people in the front office who are smart enough to do it. That would require the owner removing his son from the job, who is running the front office right now, and that's probably not going to happen at any point in time. And so you're stuck in this NBA purgatory of a perpetual play-in team, whose best hope is to win one game in the first round of the Eastern Conference playoffs. So, again, they're not relevant. There's nothing that's going to make them relevant anytime soon. And again, if we're sitting here 11 months from now, right, do you really suspect, are you really betting on the headline, Young, Porzingis, shock, playoff by getting to the Eastern Conference Finals? Like, is that the headline you're prepared to read? Because I think there's a much different world that exists if that's the headline I'm reading. Like, the United States is no longer a country, and gravity stopped working, and, my ex-wife actually became a decent human being. Like, these are all
Mark Zinno. Follow him on X at Mark Zinno, Zinno. And just a final comment, how sad is it? Because the Hawks just 4 years ago were 2 games away from the NBA Finals, and look at where they are now. All right. I don't think the Braves would ever become sellers, because they locked in the chunk of this roster for the long term. and they're what, 6 back in the wild card, and we all know about their injuries and what have you, but the hell, they won the World Series when 4 years ago they were below 500 at the All-Star break. So I don't think they'd ever become sellers. Do you?
No. And Alex Anthopoulos has made that pretty clear. They're not selling. Look, they are a team that is going to ride this into the ground like a lawn dart and hope that things turn around for them. Offensively, if it's not Ronald Acuna, and right now it's not Matt Olson and a little bit of Austin Riley, then nobody hits, and nobody scores, and nobody produces. The starting rotation is a mess. The bullpen is even worse. Outside of, Spencer Schwellenbach right now, Chris Sale is on the mend a little bit. They lost A.J. Smith-Shawver for the year. You're throwing out guys like who pitched last night? Didier. I can't even remember this dude's name. Who ended up pitching last night for the Braves. Like they're piecemealing this whole rotation together at this point in time. And Didier Fuentes is who started for the Hawks last night. And so, they're trying to make this thing work and keep it, relevant. Well, I don't want to use the word relevant again. Try to keep it as functional as possible. But in reality, I keep reminding Braves fans of this, and it's a bitter pill for them to swallow as they try to overcome this 0-7 start. I said it goes deeper than that. You came into the season with so many what-ifs, right? Like, what if Ronald Acuna returns to form? What if Spencer Strider returns to form? What if Matt Olson can hit 50 home runs again? What if, Chris Sale has Cy Young stuff again? What if, A.J. Smith-Shawver and Spencer Schwellenbach don't have, sophomore slumps? What if, every player had a what if hanging over their head? And that's just not a good way to enter the season. You need certainty in baseball because 162 games is going to win out over everybody's what if, right? And usually they don't fall in your favor. And what's happening here is that you're realizing Ozzie Albies kind of, Michael Harris just stinks. This is not like what you thought these guys were going to be. And again, you haven't even factored into the injuries into the occasion, into the equation here. Spencer Strider is still trying to figure it out and get his velocity back. I mean, he started out 0-5 because his velocity was 93, 94, not 99, 100 like it was prior to his injury. Can he get back there? I don't know the answer to that. I mean, we're going to find out. But if he can't, if he's just a 94, 95 mile an hour fastball guy, guess what? That ain't going to win you more than it's going to lose you. I mean, you can, but he has to run a elite pitch, and that's something that, is going to take a little while for him to do. So, will there be moves at the deadline? Maybe. I think a lot of these teams, would be interested in some of the Braves pieces, but I don't think they're going to be sellers. The only real piece they could sell off is Chris Sale. And if they do that, that's waving the white flag. They're not going to do that. So they're going to ride this thing the whole way into the ground. And as fans continue to call for the manager's head, despite the fact that it's not really his fault. I'm not saying Snicker's done a great job, but his bullpen is terrible, and nobody hits. And so, management only want. The guy can't go out there and do anything that's going to change a lot of that.
It's not an actual interview with somebody in a town unless we bring up the National Football League, so that will be my job. Now, I am very high at this point in time on the Bucs in the NFC for this coming season. My co-host reminded me, Atlanta beat them both times last year. When you look at where the Falcons are right now, do you think that they're a legit contender for the division, or are they a step behind the Bucs at this point?
No, I think they're still a step behind the Bucs. I mean, again, you're starting a rookie quarterback. I mean, that's what it boils down to. I know it's Michael Penix's second year, but you're starting a rookie quarterback, and that's really ultimately what this boils down to. And how good is he going to be? No one knows at this point in time. Think he's got the tools. Think he's got the stuff. Do I trust the offensive coordinator? Not really. Do I like the weapons around him? Yeah, I think it's really good. But a lot of question marks there. So I'll give the edge to the Bucs, particularly because of their defense and their front four that could make life hell for anybody, and give the edge to them over the Falcons until we see otherwise. Again, I keep telling everybody, the Falcons did Kirk Cousins dirty. That's fine. It's business. That's life in the NFL. But what Michael Penix brings to the equation here remains to be seen, and we'll figure it out.
I mentioned when we brought you on all the different places that people can hear you, but you're also a veteran, having served for over 20 years. And I'm just curious, are you still hosting Hazard Ground? Because you'd have to be over 400 episodes by now, aren't you?
Yeah, we had to hit pause on it. I lost the production company that was helping me do it. They had to move on to do different projects, and so I have not been able to find somebody to replace them yet. But listen, the stories are evergreen; they're still there. It tells of combat and survival, and the people who live those experiences they're worthwhile hearing. So, despite the fact that there's not hasn't been a new episode in a bit here, I think there's still value in hearing all those stories being told.
And go to X Hazard Ground, and those stories are very worthy of being heard. Mark, appreciate your time with us over the years, and obviously we are very thankful for your service. All the best. Have a great summer.
Thank you, sir. Take care.
Mark Zinno, Zinno. He talks betting on Wager Talk and Sports Grid. You'll hear him nationally at times on ESPN Radio, and you hear him regularly on 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. Mark Zinno.
And I will say, when he mentioned he's intrigued by the Middle East, follow his timeline on X if you want to read more. He is a very well-informed human being and can offer a lot of insight that others might not. To the Falcons, they open with the Bucs, for what it's worth. If you've listened to this show for any length of time, 50% of teams that win week one make the playoffs. 25% of teams that lose week one make the playoffs. Bucs at Vikings, at Carolina, home for Washington, and then a super early bye for the Atlanta Falcons, David. They have that week 5 bye, and they will have already played 3 playoff teams before their bye.
Openers in Atlanta, though, right?
Openers in Atlanta, at Minnesota, at Carolina, home for Washington. You got to be 2-2 minimum.
You do, and there are certain games there. 2-2 with a win over the Bucs. If you're Atlanta,
would be really good.
Right. By the way, thankful that first weekend that game's in Atlanta. Do you know how hot it would be at Ray J? On September 7th?
Yeah, I do. I was at the Rays game this weekend. Yes, I do. I do, David. Find the shade. That's where club seats are necessary if you go to Bucs games in September. I don't know what to tell you.
So today is what? National Handshake Day?
National Handshake Day, David.
Boy, of all the things to get a day, the handshake gets a day, but we are taking advantage of it. At least we think so, with a decent or at least entertaining poll question.
What do you prefer when you see a friend? To shake hands, fist bump, bro hug, or don't touch me? Right now, the bro hug edging out shaking hands by about 1.5%. A very close vote. That makes David incredibly happy that we have a close vote. He wants a competition in the poll question, and he also wants to be right. Those are the two things that are important to David when it comes to a poll question.
Can you tell my bro hug story in a minute and a half or no?
No.
Okay.
No. We'll do it when we come back in the bonus hour. If we're losing you in Port Charlotte or Lake City, you can always join us, youtube.com/Miller and Moulton, twitch.tv/Miller or Moulton, or the multitudes of sites that stream the show. Miss any of the show? Download it, millerandmoulton.com, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
By the way, Mark Zinno, along with Bobby Marks and Rob Ellis. Nice little show for this final Thursday in June. Thank you very much. Joining us currently at the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
I can feel it, David.
I
can feel it. I'm 25 hours away from vacation.
And you're 3/4 of the way through this show. So you've all now, but you're mailing it in the rest of your time this week is what you've just told me and therefore our audience. The bonus hour with one of us next.
Whatever. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I'm sorry, I don't know if you heard me there. He liked it. He did sit in the shade, but that it was hot. There's no way around it. He liked the fact that there was less bells and whistles and music and entertainment at Steinbrenner than there is at a normal major league game, and that it felt more baseball to him. So
I did step out, but I'm not responsible for muting David.
No, that's I'm able to do that to myself, like no one else.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this final Thursday of June. 9 weeks today, the college football season kicks off. 10 weeks tonight, the Eagles host the Cowboys. 63 and 70 are the football magic numbers. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, it's National Handshake Day. How do you do your greeting? A handshake, a fist bump, a bro hug. Don't touch me.
And right now, bro hug with the biggest lead it's held throughout the day. About 5 percentage points ahead of shaking hands. But it changes quickly as many of you are voting literally as I was talking. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Earlier in the show, David was explaining not only is he a handshaker, but he's a hugger. And if you've listened to this show for any length of time, David has always said, I'm a hugger, but a full hug. And that's why I was stunned when David was hemming and hawing between the handshake and the bro hug, because it clearly says bro hug, not full-on embrace. I mean, David will give you a hug. Broad shoulders.
Right. I've got broad shoulders, and I'm kind of like a manatee. So to imagine a broad-shouldered, warm, manatee. Now, I'll only give family usually the full, both arms all the way around hug, or if it's like at a funeral. Okay, I will say this is my mom's. I don't know how she's going to react to this. My mother and I went to a few wake/funerals together. I was visiting in town, and my mom's like, "Listen, great to see you. Tomorrow, I got to go to a wake." Okay, and I'm like, "Oh, okay, I'll come with you." And I kid you not, Mark, my mom would literally say to me, "Go up to Aunt Lois over there, give her a hug." And my mom would call me like a few days later, and they'd go, "Boy, your son gives great hugs." Okay, he put both his arms around me, and it was just the best feeling, So I'm a hugger, but I only do the full 2-armed hug.
Right, and I remember, I don't know if it was, there's a couple of times at work that when we worked together, there was a couple of people that we were very friendly with, and you would see them, you'd give them a hug.
Yes. But it's like a 3/4 hug. Like you start with the handshake. I'm right-handed, so I do the right-handed handshake, then the left shoulder and arm. That goes all the way around. I bring them in and I give them much more than a bro hug. Bro hug's just kind of like, we're going to touch shoulders, like those fake LPGA kisses at the end of the round. That's kind of the bro hug. No. If I bring you in, oh no, we're hugging.
And interesting that you made the LPGA kissing comparison to the bro hug. It almost sounds as if you're mocking the bro hug a little bit.
I'm not. Okay. But I'm just saying, it barely qualifies as a hug is what I'm saying. And I mean, barely.
Correct. And it also requires, I don't know if style points, a little bit of smoothness,
sophistication.
I don't know if I'd go sophistication. Movement. You've got to have a little flow to you in order to give a proper bro hug. You
Rhythm.
That's the word I'm looking for. Rhythm. And I can say with 100% certainty, and I have to go back, and you have to be old enough to remember this. If not, YouTube will be your friend for this. There's a movie that David and I both love. It's an old movie. It's called The Jerk. It starred Steve Martin. And Steve Martin begins the movie, and you see this house and you hear music, and Steve Martin says, I was born a poor black child. And obviously Steve Martin is as white gets. And the premise of this movie is he was adopted by a black family. And they're all sitting around listening to music and carrying on and having a good time. And Steve Martin is trying to keep a beat. And it looks much like Elaine when she danced on Seinfeld. And he cannot keep a beat to the music that they are listening to. That is what I would describe David Moulton trying to bro hug like. We were at the Super Bowl.
Yes, we were.
Radio Row.
Mm-hmm.
And we did countless interviews with
dozens,
bunches of high-end current and former NFL players.
Hall of Famers, movie stars. Seriously. No. We had a guest list far beyond what a show of our size should have.
So many of these large men, former and current NFL players at the time, when they came into the area that we had for our show in Radio Row, where our station was, would come in, and you can see it from a good 10 steps away. They've got their hand cupped in a position that's going to give you the, I don't know, I guess the bro handshake as opposed to the old man handshake. I think everybody knows what I'm talking about.
Mark, remember the arm wrestling contest?
Yes.
You got to take your arm, you put it out, you got the wrist cupped, okay, and you know it's coming. Yes, you can see it 3 steps away. If they're right-handed, all of a sudden the right arm, the wing, the elbow goes out, they wing, the hand's in front of them. Here it comes. Get ready for it.
The handshake, if someone's shaking your hand from 3 steps away, their arm is perpendicular to their body.
Fully extended, right. The hand is 2-3 feet away from their body. No.
If it's a bro hug, the arm is more parallel with the body.
No, they're bringing it in
at a 45-degree angle to the body.
Right.
You can see it from a mile away.
You can.
And there was nothing in my life that I enjoyed more than watching these large men come up to us, and David would see the bro hug coming. He would have his arm fully extended, and it looked as if he was going to trip over his own 2 feet trying to bro hug these men. Our old producer and I, John Cassio, had no problem with it at all. Saw it, came in, dap, bro hug, move on with the next guy. Because sometimes we're interviewing multiple people at the same time.
Now, it helped at the time. John was the size of the NFL lineman. John was huge. John has lost 150 pounds. He looks amazing. We're very happy for him. But at the time, John was in the 3 bills.
He was 3 bills.
Easy 3 bills. And so, when Warren Sapp comes over to the table, and he's going to bro hug. Well, John can bro hug. In fact, John's built like a nose tackle. Let's go. All right. And Mark's got a little rhythm to him. Mark's got some sophistication to him. He's like, I'm ready for this. Bring it on, big fella.
I don't know about sophistication. I got a little sagging on me is what I'd say, but that's all right.
Well, but that's the other thing. I'm not usually neive. I'm the guy who grew up near the inner city.
You grew up kind of in the projects. You grew up in a tough neighborhood, apartments, street living. You're a tough city street kid.
Right.
At heart, you are. I know that.
Not sheltered, very multicultural, the whole deal. Okay. I'd have no problem. You could drop me in the middle of any major American city. I'd be fine. And I mean it. I'd be fine with nothing, with $30 in my pocket. I'd be fine. Okay. And here I am looking like the librarian with my arm extended, thinking we're going to do a handshake. And all these NFL guys or actors are coming in and they are bro hugging. Okay. And I must have looked like Adam Silver being greeted by an NFL kid who just got drafted. Like the 330-pound lineman from Kentucky. And instead of Goodell, who's ready for him, I mean, he's in a stance and everything. That was Mark and John. And I'm looking like Adam Silver. Hi, it's very nice to meet you. Okay. And they are just grabbing me and flinging me in and wrapping me all around. And Mark and John are looking at me like, are you ever going to get the hang of this bro hug thing?
And this went on for
3 days.
3 days.
I mean, we almost started practicing it. They're like, you're terrible at this. This is embarrassing. Okay. And I'm like, I'm a handshake guy. They're going, well, how hard is it to adjust to a bro hug? And
move the elbow at a 45-degree angle and allow them to pull you in.
And John even said, and you're a hugger. You shake hands and you hug. How can you not do the bro hug? And I looked like the dorkiest, whitest human being in Western civilization. And it's no big deal. It's only in the middle of Radio Row. There's nobody around.
Well, and I think at that particular one, we may have been right next to WFAN where Mike and the Mad Dog are doing their show.
We were, as a matter of fact. Right.
I do miss, and Radio Row, I don't even know if I have any interest in ever going again. It's not the same as what it was when we were doing it 10 to 15 years ago. You did one without me. We did 3 together.
Yep.
And it's not the same anymore. I mean, it's basic. And we all know they were plugging something and never had a problem with that.
No.
But now most of the athletes don't show up on Radio Row. The big networks that do radio shows have left Radio Row and find spots around the Super Bowl city to do their show. And people just come in to do that specific guest appearance and don't really do the car wash on Radio Row the way they once did.
By the way, we interviewed Colin Cowherd on Radio Row. Did you hear Colin Cowherd got drafted last night?
Excuse me?
Malika Andrews is the host on ESPN. Now, there were different hosts. ABC had a show. ESPN had a show. Malika Andrews was on ESPN. And the Blazers, with the 11th pick of the draft, drafted Cedric Cowherd from Washington State. And Malika, talking quickly, a lot of names, the whole deal. Okay, and the graphic comes up, and she says, and the Blazers, okay, with the selection of Colin Cowherd, and of course, the funny thing is, Cowherd worked in Portland. He got it. That was like the first big market he worked in. And so everybody put pictures, memes of Cowherd in a Blazers jersey and the whole deal. But, oh, yeah, it's right there. 11th pick of the 2025 draft. Portland Trailblazers take Colin Cowherd.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I did crack up when Zinno went Middle East with his answer, because I always look at someone's timeline before we have them on going, hey, did they say anything interesting? Did they retweet something that'll make a good question? You know, is there anything there? Hell, the only thing he was talking about was the Middle East.
Some very interesting takes, too.
Yeah, there was a couple of link. Oh, you took your headset off. Summer school. What are you teaching?
Thanks, Crystal. And yes, Grisel, you've known for 25 years you can beat the Mets. I mean, you are 9 games behind them in the standings, but yes, you are 5-1 against the Mets. Well, Logic Man, you may want to wait because Dombrowski is not going to sit tight. They're going to make deals. And they're starting pitching in the playoffs. I wouldn't. I mean, they might end up with the best starting rotation in the National League that makes the playoffs. It's early, Logic Man. That's all I'm saying.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X.
But a couple of things that would have made the starting 5 that have actually happened since we did the starting 5. The Bucs have extended both the coach and GM, which is good news for Bucs fans. Most of them, a lot of them don't like Todd Bowles for whatever reason. We can't seem to figure out why. He's won the division 3 straight years.
But he's holding them back, Mark.
Right.
Okay. They would be better than what they've been if they had somebody else.
And another story, and it may have happened yesterday. I did not see it until this morning, but PayPal has just done a deal with both the Big 12 and the Big 10 that's going to allow PayPal to be the service that pays the players from the universities due to the House settlement agreement. But part of that is the Big and I don't know what the Big 10's deal with PayPal is. I have not seen it. I've been looking. The Big 12's deal is a 5-year, $100 million deal, which means another $1 million a year per school. And that's more money for Big 12 schools. That has to be a good thing for them. Don't know how it can be the opposite.
So the new world begins while you're on vacation. Not
Right.
that I think anything dramatic will happen while you're on vacation, but I mean, in theory, this is in some ways a salary cap. I mean, there are football programs that will begin, at least on paper, they will turn to their players and say, I don't have the money that I had last year. We spent $20 million on the payroll last year. I only got 15 this year. So you have to take a pay cut. Now, I don't know how this is going to happen.
Well,
honestly,
that's what they still can get NIL deals. I mean, that's separate from the House settlement agreement. The NIL deals all have to go through the clearinghouse.
Right, but the clearinghouse strongly hinted that they're not just going to allow, the bogus,
the
deal
pay-for-play.
that gives Tommy a ton of money for basically being Tommy.
Exactly.
Okay, that it's got to be a legit deal. Well, how many college players can have a deal that would pass the smell test financially for this guy's going to do marketing for 3 to 6 months for this car dealer?
Well, I will say the third-party deals, if you will, not the collective deals. The collective deals largely would not pass the Deloitte clearinghouse. The deals that are actual deals that were set up through companies to have advertisers, whether it's State Farm and Caitlin Clark going back a couple of years, you all know Dr. Pepper, et cetera, and there are much smaller ones on that. 90% of those would have passed through the clearinghouse. So they're actually going to have to earn their money from an NIL standpoint.
I think they're going to end up I think if Deloitte is going to honor their word, what supposedly this deal is going to be going forward, I actually think that there'll be less money in the system. I mean, they're talking about pay cuts. And who are they talking about it for? Not the ADs, not the head coaches, not the assistant coaches. They're talking about players in 26 and 27 and what have you that will be playing for less, theoretically, than what they were earning in 24. I don't know how that flies. How does that not end up in a lawsuit?
David, it will end up in a lawsuit.
You are limiting the amount of money I can make, and I haven't had a say in this. Okay, I was making $20. Now I'm making 15. Why? Because you said so? I don't think so. No.
And then you have like the state of Michigan and the state of Tennessee that are trying to pass laws saying they don't have to go to the clearinghouse. This is still a mess. The House settlement agreement, I think we believe, David, was the first attempt to try to clean it up. But there's still going to be a mess, at least through this year.
Here's the other thing, and I've been thinking about this. Why, if you're the SEC and to a large degree the Big Ten, how is this system good for you? So everybody's playing on the same playing field? No, seriously. Sir, really? That's how you want it?
You never have in the history of the sport.
No.
I mean, you can go back as far as you want. Players have been getting paid forever.
Yes.
And the best schools in the sport have always paid more than the other schools.
Yes.
Whether it was in a brown paper bag, whether it was a booster collective, or whether it's now the House settlement.
Right. Whether it was money through the churches. Players have gone to the same 7 to 12 schools because they got it figured out financially. They always have. And now you're going to agree to a system that basically puts us kind of sort of on a semi-even playing field? Hell no. Hell no. Why would this interest the SEC? Never mind certain schools in the SEC who are like, I don't want to be on the same playing field as Ole Miss. I've always beaten Ole Miss like a drum. What are you talking about? Like LSU wants to be on an even playing field. Seriously. I mean, are we? Come on. Come on.
I actually think there's one school in the SEC that doesn't mind an even playing field right now. It's Alabama, because they don't have the money to keep up with Georgia and Tennessee and Florida. They don't, David. And you know that. You've only been saying it for 3 or 4 years.
They don't.
They played for a discount for Nick. They did.
They did, because Nick would bring you in and say, look at all the people I put in the NFL. Okay, you come here, I put you in the NFL. Oh, by the way, we'll win. You'll take a little less here. Trust me, you'll get it on the back end. I don't know how this is going to work out within certain conferences. Never mind, what if all of a sudden some Big 12 schools, we've talked about it. Hey, man, you want to play the money game? Tell me BYU how many schools they take a backseat to. Seriously.
They just stole a quarterback from Oregon.
They got the 5-star
the number one basketball player in the country.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Seriously. By the way, you want to just start doing it for who's going to pay the most? We've told you this for a while. SMU could be really good for a really long time.
BYU, SMU, Notre Dame. They'll just stand there with their hands on their hips going, well, you want to play the money game? Oh, we can play the money game. By the way, we're not interested in the salary cap. No. We like this. Let's go Wild West. We'll be fine.
And I know a lot of people keep saying, well, what about the hidden money and the boosters? If this is done the way it's supposed to be done, and again, I know schools are going to try to get away with things, but by the book, for what it's worth, every NIL deal over $600 has to clear the Deloitte clearinghouse.
It's funny. They're going to try to bring order to a mess. Mark, you're a cook, okay? You've actually been paid by people to, prepare food for them. Mark, this is like trying to take jambalaya and in my opinion, and then somehow portion it out in which you're like, oh, that's a very fine meat, potatoes, and vegetable plate you got there. No, it's jambalaya. It's a mess. And that's what
I do love me some jambalaya.
Yeah, it's tough not to.
Really, it's a valid point, David. I'm glad you went jambalaya, and I'm glad you did it this late in the show because, we're probably, you had a bite throughout. You're at home, but I'm 30 minutes away from raiding a refrigerator, so I'm a little happier than I was a moment ago. Miller and Moulton. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was the day when and what's on tap. It's how we finish things out every day, and it's next.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
So Ken Rosenthal wrote an article last night. I was going to bring it up there, but we got rolling. They are Major League Baseball and talk of where they're going to play playoff games. They're not going to let him play at Steinbrenner Field.
Come on.
Let him. He doesn't say it in the article, but when you start talking for the World Series, the league requires 7,500 tickets for the league per game. That's 75% of the seats. Not to mention there's 27 seats in the press box. That would be a little small. So it sounds like they'll let him do the wild card, but beyond that, it's Atlanta or Miami.
That'd be, how cool would that best of 3 be, though, there?
It'd be awesome. Watch this be the year that the Rays go to the World Series and they don't have a home game.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes to the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I have no idea what we're going to be talking about tomorrow or who the guests are going to be. I just know the show is probably going to be worth listening to because Mark will literally be minutes away from vacation. Every minute of the show gets him closer to vacation, and he will be completely useless. He will probably barely in the 9 o'clock hour be able to press the buttons appropriately to keep us on the air.
I think that's an accurate statement. I don't think there's anything you're saying that I want to refute.
No, I would hope not. And so I think the entertainment value tomorrow could be high. The production quality tomorrow, low. Entertainment value high on Miller and Moulton.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health, with locations in Bonita Springs and Naples. Online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off of your service. We start in 1919. The New York Daily News began publishing today in 1919. 1945, the United Nations Charter is signed by 50 nations in San Francisco. The Mackinac Bridge was dedicated today in 1958. Queen Elizabeth II and President Dwight D. Eisenhower opened the St. Lawrence Seaway today in 1959, allowing vessels to travel from the Atlantic to the Great Lakes. Lennon McCartney composed She Loves You in a hotel room in England while they were on tour there in 1963. Today in 1974, at a supermarket in Troy, Ohio, the first grocery item was scanned with the barcodes, the Universal Product Code. Do you care to guess what that first barcoded item that was scanned was?
I believe I read this a few years ago. Wasn't it a pack of gum?
It was. Look at you. Juicy fruit.
Now that I did not know.
1977 at Market Square Arena in Indianapolis, Elvis Presley appears in concert. It would be the last performance of his career. This little factoid is only for you, and more importantly, David, your mother. It was today in 1979 that the first disco act to play Madison Square Garden was the Village People.
Yeah, my mother might have been there.
I know.
I got to figure out, did they have multiple nights? Because she went. She went. That's right around the time, because I remember we had moved to the front of the apartment complex, and so that was 76 and beyond. So, yep. Oh, yeah. She wore the costume. I forget which guy she went as. And her good friend who she lives with now, Aunt Kathy, she got dressed up. And this is the beautiful thing about living near a major city. And at the time, they're in their early 30s.
Yeah, so 79, that's, right.
Mid-30s. They're both in their mid-30s, and they're dressed up as the Village People. And they go to a train station and take the train for 40 minutes into New York City, and they get off it and they're walking in Midtown Manhattan, and nobody's batting an eye. God, I miss those days.
Today in 1981, the premiere of a movie that would have been Cheech and Chong Go to the Army. It ended up getting a couple of different actors, and you know it as Stripes. 1991, Grandmama, Larry Johnson, first pick by the Charlotte Hornets. Iverson, first pick by the Sixers today in 96. LeBron, first pick by the Cavs in 2003.
And he made all NBA this past year, folks, third team.
And not by his name either.
No, he's 40. He's 40. I know he sucks. He's awful. I get it. Pretty amazing.
Right.
He's pretty amazing.
Derrick Rose, first overall in 2008. Andrew Wiggins, first overall in 2014. By the way, Embiid was selected third overall in that draft. Connor McDavid, picked first overall in the NHL draft 10 years ago today. And the Avs took down the Lightning in 6 today in 2022.
The king is dead. The king is dead. Long live the king. Lightning, we're going for the three-peat. Hey, for the record, it looks like McDavid's holding Edmonton's feet to the fire. As of now, it looks like he's not going to sign. By the way, my mom was a construction worker, and she got into the city, and an actual construction worker gave her his hard hat. And she went into the concert with the hard hat.
Babe Dickerson Zaharis and Paul Castellano, the gangster, both would have celebrated birthdays today.
Mick Jones from The Clash is.
I'm sorry.
What?
Is Castellanos the guy that got whacked to become the boss?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
Mick Jones from The Clash is 70. Chris Isaac is 69. Greg LeMond, 64. Shannon Sharp, 57. Chris O'Donnell is 55. Derek Jeter, who my wife would leave me for, and my wife are both 51 years old today. Happy birthday, honey. Chad Pennington is 49. So is Jovocop, Ed Jovanowski. Michael Vick is 45. Rudy Gobert is 33. And Ariana Grande is 32. What did I miss, David?
Well, a quick question. Did your wife know that she shared the same birthday with Derek Jeter before she developed the crush on Derek Jeter? And yes, she would leave you in the middle of this vacation. She would leave you if he showed up at the campgrounds that you're going to be at.
There's no doubt.
No doubt. Right.
There's no doubt.
My wife said the same thing about John Bon Jovi. In the middle of a holiday family dinner, she'd walk right out the door.
I will ask that question. I know because they have the same exact birthday. That's one of the reasons she became a big fan. But she left the Pirates when they got rid of Andy Van Slyke. I mean, that was Benelli and Bonds too, but she liked Van Slyke a lot. And when they got rid of all their players, she gave up on the Pirates a long time ago and became a Yankee fan.
Well, let's see. The Bonds and Bonilla left 92, 93, and the Van Slyke like a year or so later. And then Jeter was a rookie, 96. So, yeah, okay.
So I doubt she knew that then, but it's possible.
For the record, my mother, the construction worker, Aunt Kathy was the cowboy. Okay. Going into the city for the village people. Just one other thing, the Irish Catholic in me, I've always been fascinated by JFK. Today in 63 was when he was in Berlin and he declared to the crowd, Ich bin ein Berliner, which was very well received around the world considering, what had transpired 18 to 20 years earlier. Just saying.
The problem was, didn't the actual translation mean it he wanted to say I'm a Berliner, and what he actually said in German is I'm a donut.
I thought it was I'm a citizen of Berlin, but
he said I'm a donut is what he meant to say is I'm a citizen of Berlin. What he said was I'm a donut.
Well, then they must really love their donuts, because did you see how they reacted when he gave that line? Man.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
This is a wild story for the good. We go to Cleveland, Ohio, where there was a fire and an explosion at an apartment building. Forced a mother to toss her baby from the second-story window to people who were down below waiting to catch the child.
Wow.
Fortunately, this woman passes better than Deshaun Watson. The pass was completed. The baby is fine.
Boy, there's a few quarterbacks you could insert the joke in there for. Anthony Richardson, Zach Wilson. But okay, I'm with you.
I just went, Cleveland.
Yeah, it's easy.
Tried to keep it there.
Yep.
Boy, I've got a lot of stuff here, but let's do this one first. We go to Pace, Florida for the bad, where law enforcement in Pace rearrested Stephen Burkow and his wife, Monique. They run a pharmacy, and they were booked on May 14th for their role in an alleged drug scheme. They were rebooked earlier this week on drug possession charges, and good for them, they were able to get Lakin, their 22-year-old daughter, in on the action as she was arrested for drug possession as well. Quite a family. Looks like mom had a lot of work done, and daughter, very cute, looked like she has potential to be going the plastic surgery route later in life as well. Finally, the ugly, we go to Broward County, where in a spat between a store clerk and a customer at a gas station,
The store clerk became upset with the customer and pulled out a gun and shot him. The argument began over the price of beer. The customer threw a piece of paper at the store clerk, at which point the clerk took out a gun from under the counter and shot the man in the leg.
Seems to be an overreaction.
It earned him a little time in jail, and probably he'll be there for a while. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Thursday, June 26th, here on Miller and Moulton.
Well, if you want to watch Caitlin Clark tonight, 7 o'clock, Amazon Prime.
Don't you have to back up the truck on the over?
She is 1 for her last 23 from beyond the arc.
Right. This can't continue. This is a great shooter.
And all 3 of those games, I believe, were on the road, and now she returns home to face the 4-11 LA Sparks. Fever, a double-digit favorite. Washington and Vegas, by the way, the second game of the doubleheader, also on Amazon. Baseball's pretty simple, Mark. Thursday, first off, there's only 9 games, 8 of them in the afternoon. Rays in Kansas City at 2 o'clock. Marlins, it's a glorified mighty nooner out in Frisco, which makes it around 3:30 or so in our time zone. Marlins in San Francisco. Only night game in Major League Baseball tonight. MLB Network, 7 o'clock. Braves and Mets. So game 4, this is a big game. Cubs at Cardinals today. Will the Cubs get a split, or will St. Louis take a 3 or 4? Phillies, can they avoid the sweep in Houston? Literally, you take a look at teams in the standings that they've either played 80, 81, or 82 games. So we are right at the midway point of the season. And for a lot of teams, today's games are games 81.
PGA is in Detroit for the Rocket Mortgage. They are already underway. Colin Morikawa, who had a little verbal spat with a reporter yesterday in the presser, is off to a good start with his buddy caddying because he fired another caddy. Morikawa, 1 off the lead, 3 under through 9. There's a 5-way tie for the lead, and one of the 5 is Keegan Bradley, David. Just saying.
I know.
As he's trying to make his run to be a player captain in the Ryder Cup. Coming off of the win, he's obviously hot right now, playing very well. I know it's only the first 9 of a 72-hole tournament, but Keegan Bradley off to a great start in the Rocket Mortgage Classic in Detroit. Zach Johnson also 4 under. Mingwoo Lee also 4 under at the start of that one.
Ryder Cup, I think, is the final weekend in September.
Is it that late?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's the final weekend. Maybe it's the weekend before, but I think it's the final weekend. I think it's Friday the 26th, Saturday the 27th, and Sunday the 28th. Because NBC's got a glorious broadcast weekend that weekend. They've got the Ryder Cup. Their college football game at night is like Oregon, Penn State. And then their Sunday night football game, I think, is the Steelers and the Cowboys. I mean, NBC's got like a phenomenal weekend that weekend.
26th through the 28th, Bethpage Black for the Ryder Cup. And Keegan Bradley making his bid to be the first player captain since Arnie in 63.
I think it'd be awesome.
I do too.
and then, we can blame or give credit to the vice captain. It'll be Jim Furyk deciding the Ryder Cup, not Keegan.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or NolanAgency.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
This is Miller and Moulton.